Good evening, Mayor. The meeting is now live on YouTube and it is being recorded. I also wanted to mention for tonight's meeting, captions are available. To turn on or off the captions, please click on the CC live transcript button in the toolbar at the bottom of your Zoom window. This button may also say closed captions. And if you don't see the menu bar, just move your mouse slightly and the bar should reappear on your screen. These controls are only available to attendees who joined the Zoom call and not on YouTube. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And with that, I am happy to call the meeting, the June 13th meeting of the Lafayette City Council to order. And by a visual roll call, I will attest that all council members and the vice mayor are present this evening. And we will move on to agenda item number 3, which is the adoption of our agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Dawson and a second by Councilmember Kwok, and I will conduct the roll call vote. Councilmember Kandel.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. We have unanimously adopted the agenda. So now we will move on to agenda item 4, which is an opportunity for members of the public to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda. You will have many opportunities as we go through the agenda to comment on items as they come up. So we ask that on this one, you comment on items that are not on the agenda, but within the purview of the council, and understanding that we, because it has not been agendized, cannot discuss the item or take action on it. So Suzanne, with those caveats and encouraging the members of the public, will you take it from here?
Certainly, Mayor. We do have someone who would like to speak at this time. So the first public speaker right now is Jennifer Paul. If anyone else would like to speak now, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom.
Good evening.
Welcome, Ms. Paul.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. Tomorrow, June 14th, is National Flag Day in the United States, a day honoring the national flag. In 1916, President Woodrow Wilson proclaimed June 14th as a holiday to commemorate the date in 1777, when the United States approved the design for its first national flag. Then, in 1949, the U.S. Congress, by joint resolution, made the designation of the holiday permanent. A few days ago, on June 10th, President Biden published the presidential annual proclamation on National Flag Day and Flag Week, saying, and I quote, "I encourage the people of the United States to observe with pride and all due ceremony those days from Flag Day to Flag Week. Through Independence Day, set aside the Congress as a time to honor the American spirit, to celebrate our history and the foundational values we strive to uphold, and to publicly recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America." So it was disheartening to see that the Pledge of Allegiance, which was taken off the city's agenda in the spring of 2020, and is also no longer said in most of our public schools, was not even listed for tonight's meeting when we are currently in Flag Week, and tomorrow is officially Flag Day. It feels ironic as well that through the city's own publication, the Weekly Roundup, it was there that I learned more about Flag Day. I would assume that you saw this too, not just because the publication is put out by the city, but it was this city council that voted at the January 10th, 2022 city council meeting to improve this more inclusive calendar that listed all of the holidays. It was at the request of the city's DEIB committee that the city chose to recognize the national PTA calendar and add links to descriptions of holidays such as this one, which I clicked on, Flag Day, via the city's website. It is with this in mind that I respectfully request that you permanently reinstate the Pledge of Allegiance to the city's agenda. And in closing, I would invite you to join me and my husband as we look to our flag on this eve of Flag Day and recite the pledge. Yeah. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul family, for bringing that forward. And are there any questions for the speaker or speakers? Thank you. Thanks, Mr. and well, anyway, Paul family. Thank you. Are there any other public speakers who want to speak to us on an item that is not on the agenda?
Mayor, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, well, we will then move on to presentations, and we have a few presentations this evening, and I'm excited to start with our first presentation and invite Superintendent Richard Whitmore in so that we can recognize him. I see that he's raised his hand, and we want to present a proclamation recognizing him for his service, not just as superintendent. Welcome, Mr. Whitmore. Welcome, Richard. I'm also trying to get my, hold on one second. Why is this not, there we go. Okay. Anyway, welcome. Not as smooth, and I do know it. I notice a number of people are in the attendees who I know are also here to recognize you. And first of all, I want to thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule. I know people think when school is over that the superintendent is, everything's all done, but it's a very busy time for you and your staff. And so we appreciate you taking this time away, and also that there might be something else going on this evening that we're not going to talk about regularly, but I'm noticing lots of gold and blue and yellow. And what I want to do is I want to read into the record the proclamation that I hand delivered to Superintendent Whitmore earlier today. And so if you will bear with me for a moment. Whereas Richard Whitmore grew up in Ellsworth, Maine, and he and his wife, Jacinta Peaster, a Lafayette native, have lived in Lafayette since 1994. And whereas Richard Whitmore's dedication to Lafayette students started as a parent volunteer in the classrooms of his own 3 children, and whereas Richard Whitmore served for many years on the board of the Lafayette Arts and Sciences Foundation, now Lafayette Partners in Education, in various positions, including president, and was elected to the governing board of the Acalanes Union High School District in 2002, serving in that volunteer capacity for 15 years. And whereas since 2018, Richard Whitmore has served as superintendent of the Lafayette School District, and under his leadership, helped the district redefine its commitment of providing equal access to a high-quality education for all students by creating a climate of safety, belonging, and inclusion. And whereas Richard Whitmore is known for his steadfast ethics, astute leadership skills, and being generous with his time and knowledge. He is a highly regarded thought partner and frequent collaborator with other school districts, cities, counties, local institutions, legislators, and statewide organization. And now, therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of the Lafayette City Council, it is my pleasure to honor by proclamation Richard Whitmore on his retirement from the Lafayette School District, thank him for more than 20 years of service to the students in our community, and to declare June 30th Richard Whitmore Day. This is like one of the most fun things that I've gotten to do as the mayor this year. And I have signed my name to the proclamation and delivered that today. And I'm sure it's sitting somewhere in his very busy, office there. But Richard, I really very quick words in a proclamation to capture the essence of how much you've done for the community as some know and some may not know, I've had the pleasure of working with Richard for a very long time through my time, volunteering, through our work in various aspects at the state level on behalf of education, and can count on, well, actually, I don't know anybody else who really knows as much about education, and from the top all the way to being in the classroom, volunteering, sitting on the floor in those classrooms, working with students, and having your whole heart and soul be into that. And so your work over the last couple of years leading through the pandemic, I sat in his office today and said, why haven't I been here? Why haven't I, been sitting here and having these opportunities to visit? And none of us have through the pandemic. And so I just want to thank you on behalf of the students and the parents, teachers, and everyone in the community for your leadership during that time. I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to say thank you. And I'm going to drag this out as long as I can, because I know you really like these kinds of things. But I do want to invite my colleagues to say a few words if you would like. Council Member Findell, I'm all
No problem. Richard, there is way too much to even begin to talk about how much you've done for us and how much you really meant to me throughout all these years. And if I could sing, I would sing this, but I can't. All I'm going to say is thanks for the memories. Take care.
Anyone else? Any city manager? I see.
I know. The vice mayor wants to speak.
Let me just say, years and years of leadership, and all of us have been touched by that, all of our families, and thank you very much.
Okay, Nirup, and then, Councilmember Dawson, and then
I just want to throw in the same thank you on behalf of my children and the children of this community. Thank you so very much for your service to them, and it matters to them as just an example as well. So I appreciate all you've done. Thank you.
Councilmember Kwok.
And likewise, on behalf of my kids who went through K through 12 in all of our local schools, I didn't know you actually were volunteering in the classroom and did all the different steps. And, that's one of the things I so admire about our community is how parents get involved at every different level, right? And for you to have done many of those different roles, I take my hat off to you, and you're a shining example of what any parent can be doing, right, to contribute more in our community. So thank you on behalf of my children and my family.
Thank you. Nirup.
I know I said this at the school city collaboration meeting, that Richard's always been there for me as a thought leader, yes, as an advisor, as a friend. He gets the community, and I've relied so much on him to share with me his knowledge and expertise, and I'm really, truly going to miss our lunches. But we can keep having lunch beyond the 30th.
The very good thing is that my current understanding is he will still be a resident of the community, and probably could be, maybe have his arm twisted to volunteer in something. I do want to, before I go to public comment, I want to thank, I see, which is not surprising, a number of the Whitmore family members are here in the attendee room. And I want to thank all of you for sharing, Jacinta, and all of the kids for sharing. Richard, I know that probably it was hard to get out of the grocery store, if you were in there with him, with various people coming up and wanting to talk to him, or anywhere in town. And so I want to thank you as well. And with that, Suzanne, I think we can open it to public comment. And we'll let you speak after Superintendent Whitmore.
If any members of the public would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. The first speaker is Katie Foreman.
Welcome, Ms. Foreman.
Hi, sorry, Richard, I couldn't let this go. Thanks so much, Council, for honoring him tonight. I've worked in volunteer roles with Richard since he began as superintendent in 2018, and I currently lead the rapport group, which is where our parent leadership regularly collaborates with him. And I'm also a member of the superintendent's DEIB committee, which consists of 20 or so parents and community members. And in both cases, I've seen how Richard values each contributing member of our community and empowers them to do their best to serve students. All of them would want me to share with you how much they've appreciated working with him. So on behalf of them, I want to thank you, as well as on behalf of my 2 kids who began watching school board meetings back in 2020, and they watched Richard navigate unprecedented times in public education. Back then, my youngest was a first grader, and Superintendent Whitmore was kind of a mouthful, and so they affectionately nicknamed him Super Wit. We even thought about getting T-shirts made for him with that. He's kind of like a second principal to them. So Richard's years of service to our district touched not only teachers and staff, but the students as well, and they're all the better for it, myself included. So thanks, Richard, and council members for honoring him tonight.
Thank you. And we will go on to the next person with their hand raised.
The next speaker is Susie Pack. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. The next speaker after Susie will be Rob Sturm. And if anyone else would like to speak, please use the raise hand feature now.
Welcome, Ms. Pack. I see a theme starting with the hands raised. Welcome, Ms. Pack.
It's cool, Jeff. It's Dr.
Welcome, Dr. Harris.
I wanted to make sure that I acknowledged, Richard has allowed so many people to be seen and heard, and kids to have voices that never thought that anyone cared about anything they had to say. I never felt like I was part of this community until, he entered my life. He acknowledges and normalized the fact that there can be dads that are the ones that are at home with the kids while the wife is out traveling all over the world and working. And that was okay. It didn't have to be the mom that was dropping off and picking up. And, and Richard allowed me to, to feel comfortable being here in Lafayette, because I was really trying to run away for a long time. And so I thank him for his friendship. I thank him for really being part of my extended family. I'm here alone and I don't have family here, and he has become that. I thank him for inviting me into his house with his family. And I am so honored that the 30th of June, I will be celebrating with Richard, because I will not be working. I think that should be a day off.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well said. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Rob Sturm, followed by Meredith Mead. And if anyone else would like to speak now, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom.
Let's see if there are more surprise guests. Now, welcome, Mr. Sturm. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I'm just still learning to navigate Zoom. I'm Rob Sturm, and I've been on the Lafayette School District Governing Board since 2017, and have served as the school board president for the past 18 months. And when I think back on Richard's tenure, I will reflect back on someone who led our district for all the right reasons. It's been said that a humble leader is more concerned about what's right than about being right, about taking action on quality ideas rather than being their genesis, about embracing the truth rather than championing outdated approaches, about building the village rather than exalting oneself, and about recognizing contribution rather than craving recognition for making the contributions. And when I think of Richard, I think of all of those things. 2 months ago, when speaking on behalf of Richard at a Las Trampas Creek Council of PTAs, when they were awarding him the Outstanding Administrator Award, I commented that Richard has never asked anyone to do anything that he wouldn't and didn't do himself. And I rattled off a litany of things that he has done, because he's literally done it all, from project manager, data analyst, financial analyst, legislative analyst, therapist and counselor, tech whiz, curriculum expert, HR professional, negotiator, tea leaf reader. It went on and on and on. It ended with 5th grade camp counselor, which he literally did with my kids this past year. And I thought I'd seen it all. I truly thought I'd seen it all, until Richard invited me to go to the Stanley Middle School promotion. And there we are, milling around with a bunch of very excited and intense middle schoolers who are about to promote into high school. And I hear across my left shoulder somebody say, "Hey, Richard, can you give me a hand?" And my head spins and I look over, and there's somebody trying to figure out how to tie his tie. And he picked the right individual to help. So Richard marched over and literally showed him how to do a tie in a very paternal sort of way, a very helpful sort of way, and knocked that off on the list of things that he had done. Certainly an individual with no airs. And so while fate threw many curveballs during his term, from power outages, wildfires, air quality issues, a pandemic, a major facility construction bond, and a very important parcel tax measure, Richard was a steady influence and a steady hand on the rudder, and he has left a wonderful legacy. We appreciate him, and I will miss him and our weekly meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. That was great.
The next speaker is Meredith Mead, followed by Jean F.
Welcome, Ms. Mead.
Thanks. Sorry, it takes, Hi, everyone. Thanks. So thank you, first of all, Council, for honoring Richard in this way. He has been avoiding public community celebrations of his tenure with us. And so I think some people on the council have a little bit more influence in twisting his arm, maybe. And so I appreciate you for doing this for him. I knew Richard before he applied for our job as superintendent, because I looked up to him as a mentor, both as a school board member in the Occoquan School District and president of our education foundation. And I remember thinking when he applied for the job, I cannot believe how incredibly lucky our school district is to have him apply. I was in shock. I kind of thought it was a mistake, maybe like someone else had applied for him and he didn't even know he had applied for the job. But then, obviously, we were lucky then to hire him after he applied, and we didn't scare him off either. And I just feel so incredibly lucky, Richard, that you were at the helm of our schools during these past 4 years. I know that we came out of everything the way we did, which I think is, remarkable because of your leadership. And we just were incredibly lucky. And I won't go on and on because I'll have other opportunities this week. But I just want to say thank you so much. And thank you, Council, for recognizing him, because that was really important too. So have a good night, and sorry you can't watch the game.
Thanks,
the next
Meredith.
speaker on this item is Jean F. And if anyone else would like to speak, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, as currently Jean is the last speaker for this item.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jean Fulmer, and I'm serving in my 8th year on the Lafayette School Board. I didn't dress for the occasion tonight because I wasn't planning to speak. I was actually on a hike and got home so I could listen to this. But it sounds like we're having a meeting tonight that and so I just wanted to weigh in and say hello. And I know more words will be shared over the next couple of days. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for running in from your hike. Good to see you. And are there any other speakers, Suzanne?
Mayor, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, I would prod people to keep it going longer and longer, but I again want to thank Richard for coming and letting us celebrate you. I know that this is not why you do the work that you do, and really one of the things that you probably like the least about this time and the retirement, but very much want to thank you for being here. Want to thank you again, your family, for being here. Not surprised at all that everyone is here to support you, and look forward to having coffee and all of those things as you move forward into the next phase of your journey and your adventure. And again, just thank you. Yay. And don't tell us what the score to the game is. Thank you. And we'll move on. Oh, wait, did you want to say anything? Superintendent Whitmore, would you like to say anything, or you're going to take that opportunity to exit?
I will just say thank you to the council. Thanks to Narup for being such a great partner through all of this. And the mayor is correct. I will be a resident for many years to come. So look forward to seeing you all around town and looking more relaxed when I see you.
Thank you. And we know you still have a lot of work to do over the next couple of weeks. So thank you. Okay, so we will move on to our next agenda item. We start these presentations with all of these. I'm going to say everything's exciting all the way the whole night through. We're moving on now to 5B, and we will have Tracy. It looks like the city of Lafayette has her hand up and is going to come in and introduce us to some new staff members, which is very exciting.
Mayor, if you'll just give us a moment to work that out technically, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I see at least one of the new, nope, I see a couple. So we'll give you time to work through that. Yep, actually I see all of them. And I want to, while we have this time, I want to thank Suzanne Erla, our communications analyst and tech guru, for getting us up and running every meeting and adding closed captioning to our meeting agenda, the person behind the curtain that makes all this happen. So thank you.
You are welcome, Mayor. We'll just give Tracy another moment.
Very exciting. And Suzanne Tracy's account is causing problems. Oh, here we go.
I think we have it figured out.
Great.
Okay,
welcome.
Can you hear me? Because I can't, she wasn't allowed. I'm gonna have to figure this out because I'm gonna have to come in later on the budget. But
we can hear you, and we have smiling faces on the screen.
Okay, yes, I see that. Okay, thank you. Members of the council, we have been in a frenzy of hiring, and I wanted to take this time to introduce you to some of our newest staff members who we're very excited to have on board. So I'm going to start with Anna Bernardes. Raise your hand there. There's Anna. Anna is our new senior engineer, and she comes to us from the city of El Cerrito, where she worked as an engineering manager and senior engineer. And prior to El Cerrito, Anna worked for the city of Albany and the San Rafael Sanitary District, the Ross Valley Sanitary District, and another engineering consulting companies in the US and in her native Brazil. Anna comes to us with a wealth of experience in design and construction of buildings, parks, and roads, and we are so very fortunate to have her join our team. Anna and her husband are the proud parents of 2 adult daughters and 3 dogs. Next up is Patrick Golier, who is our Transportation and Circulation Program Manager. Patrick's first day was actually today. I know that we're very excited to have him on board. A lot of work in store for him. Patrick has over 15 years of experience as a transportation planning leader with an emphasis on managing multimodal active transportation projects, as well as leading policy development. He previously worked at a Berkeley-based consulting firm that provides transportation planning and design services for cities around the Bay Area. He also worked at the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency, and he has international transportation experience, having worked in New Zealand and British Columbia. At home, Patrick and his husband play the role of Uber driver for his 12-year-old daughter, who plays on a club volleyball team that often takes them throughout Northern California and across the country. And I can relate to that. My daughter did the same thing. Glad it's over. Next up is Ricardo Cruz. Ricardo Cruz is our new construction inspector. Ricardo comes to us from the private sector, where he worked as a staff engineer for a geotechnical company. Ricardo and his wife are the proud parents of 1 teenage son. Ricardo was born in Mexico City, where he lived until age 10 and has made his home in Concord and Antioch, in the Antioch area ever since. You may know Ricardo's stepdad, who owns a tailoring business on Golden Gate Way and swears we all know him as Carlos the Tailor. So Ricardo has, good reason to do good work for us because he doesn't want to embarrass his dad. Ricardo enjoys woodworking, but does not pretend to be an expert at it, but he can make a mean shelf as long as it requires only 1 cut. Ricardo comes to us with valuable inspection and field experience, and he will certainly be a tremendous help to our overwhelmed inspection staff. And last but not least is Noah Rambawa. Hope I said that right. Noah is our new planning technician. His first day was also today, so welcome, Noah. Noah grew up in Solano County, and he is a recent grad from UC Berkeley, go Bears, with a bachelor's degree in urban studies. Prior to joining Lafayette, he worked as an intern for the cities of Vacaville and Benicia. He loves traveling, reading, and trying new foods, and lives with his family and dog, Lucky Potato, in Fairfield. Love that name. So hopefully we will be back before you with even more new hires very soon, but please welcome. We're very excited to have all these people on board.
Welcome aboard, everybody. Good to meet you.
Yeah, we're so happy to see you.
You can tell by the big smiles that that we are all really excited to welcome you here and to have you be part of the City of Lafayette team. And you are coming in to work with an amazing staff that is also, I'm sure today they were very excited to see you. We've been working on this for a little bit. And Tracy, thank you very much. I'm sorry I couldn't see your face, but those were just beautiful introductions and just the excitement in your voice as well. And so I know I personally look forward to meeting you, and I'm sure that each of my colleagues do as well, as you can see by the big smiles and the thumbs up and applauses all the way around. So welcome, and we're very excited to have you here. And Suzanne, we will see if there, well, actually, do any of you want to just say a few words? And they're kind of like, no, but you can. But we're excited, very excited to have you here, and look forward to working with all of you. And Suzanne, are there any members of the public who would like to say something or comment?
If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. Okay. There are no hands raised.
I don't see any hands raised. And so with that, we will not keep you. You are free to go and watch the game. And again, welcome.
Yeah. Yay.
And now we will move on to our next exciting, Patrick might want to stay, but next exciting item on our agenda, which is our continuing work in improving safety near schools. And we have our next round of schools recommendations from the Tool Design Group for Happy Valley, Burton, the Mayher School, and Acalanes High School. And so as we have folks exiting to the green room and coming over, excited to have this item on our agenda this evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Mike Moran back before you tonight, and I'm joined this evening by Drew Parker from Tool Design Group. And this item is a continuation of our safety improvements near schools. You've already approved projects for 3 schools that had gone through some observation and some public process and our Transportation and Circulation Commission. And now we have the final 4 schools, 7 total, citywide. This includes the Mayher Schools, Burton Valley Elementary, Happy Valley Elementary, and Acalanes High School tonight. So we have specific recommendations that have been forwarded to you by our Transportation and Circulation Commission, and they are requesting that you approve these for funding and for construction. And they're itemized in my staff report by school in 4 different tables. But to supplement the staff report, Drew Parker does have a short presentation to go through, and then we will, of course, be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Welcome, Drew.
Thank you. May I share my screen? Okay.
I'm sure Suzanne is working. There we go.
See if did that go through?
It did. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you everybody for having me here today. I'm excited to talk about this second round of reports. Before I jump in though, I also want to say congratulations, Superintendent Whitmore. I only met you briefly one time when we did a field visit, actually, I think at Happy Valley Elementary, which is that school in the photo, the presentation. But yeah, congratulations. Just meeting you very briefly, I could sense your leadership and charisma, and it was really nice before jumping into this presentation to get to hear all of the incredible praise for you. So congratulations. So as mentioned, I'm going to talk about the second round of reports tonight. My name is Drew Parker. I'm a senior planner at Tool Design Group, and we have been working with Mike and with the city to develop a set of rapid implementation safety plans for all the schools in the city of Lafayette. So just, I think this will probably be maybe a 10, maybe 15-minute presentation. I'm just going to give a project overview as a reminder, and for any new folks that didn't see the last presentation at the previous city council meeting, I'll give an overview of the work that we completed to date, and then the focus really be on the summary of staff recommended and TransCirc recommended projects from that second round of reports. And then at the end, I'll give a really brief overview of what the next steps are. So just to provide a project overview, our project goals and how we ran through this process, we started by reviewing and evaluating all of the previous recommendations from other reports. Then we came out late last year and early this year and did a bunch of school site visits, both in the morning and afternoon, some midday at all 7 schools in the city. And we also met with stakeholders. Every time we met in the field, we also met with stakeholders to understand what community priorities were around schools. And our ultimate goal was to provide a set of high priority, rapid implementation safety measures and cost estimates for each school for projects that we could advance quickly to make safety improvements. And so previously in 2013, there was a Safe Routes to School study. Then in 2020, there was also the Safe Trek study from UC Berkeley. And then Transcirc also has done their own work and written their own reports with recommendations. And there have also been a ton of public comments. So we reviewed all that information as we developed our reports. And then as mentioned, we also had site visits and stakeholder meetings. So at that previous meeting, we talked about Stanley Middle School, Lafayette Elementary School, and Spring Hill. And tonight we're going to focus on Happy Valley Elementary School, Acalanes High School, the Mayher Schools, and Burton Valley Elementary. And then I have one follow-up item from the April 11th City Council meeting before I jump into those 4 reports. So at that meeting, we were given direction to look a little more closely at the channelized right turn lane island on Pleasant Hill Road and Spring Hill Road by Spring Hill Elementary. And so we took a look at that to see what sorts of project recommendations we could develop. And we discussed those with Mike. And the recommendations that we've come up with are to add some K-rail barriers in front of that pork chop island, sometimes called a pork chop, the channelized right turn island, to add some flex posts and plastic curbing, and to add some object marker signs. So we developed a rendering of what that might look like. This is what that intersection looks like today, looking down the hill. This is from Pleasant Hill, looking south. To the left is Quant Road, to the right is Spring Hill, and this is that pork chop island right here. And so what going the wrong way. What we were recommending here is to add this K-rail, and I'll advance the slide so you can see that kind of a little bit better, to add this K-rail right in front of that pork chop island, which will help improve sense of comfort and safety while people are waiting on that pork chop island. Adding some delineators along this lane line to essentially corral cars and keep them in their lane. And then adding some object marker signs that will make that pork chop island stand out a little bit better. So next I'm going to jump into the 4 different reports. So the first one is Happy Valley Elementary School, and the key issues that we noticed there were pickup and drop off queues create some long backups along Happy Valley Road. And occasionally we saw some dangerous maneuvers where people were driving into oncoming traffic to try to get around that queue. And we also noted that visibility at some of the crosswalks could be improved. And so this is the set of recommendations that Transcirc recommended of the comprehensive set that we developed in the report. And I won't go through each one, but really the focus is on improving the crosswalk right in front of the school by adding some bulb outs, some rectangular rapid flashing beacons, improving the crosswalk at the west driveway by building a bulb out and improving some visibility there because sometimes it's a little bit hard to see. And then also adding some centerline delineators like has been done in front of Spring Hill Elementary on Spring Hill Road to basically keep people in their lane so that they can't go and drive into oncoming traffic and make that dangerous maneuver. The next school is Burton Valley Elementary School. And currently there's an ongoing pilot study that's evaluating traffic calming that was installed in the neighborhood. Other things that we noticed in the school vicinity is that visibility of some crosswalks could be improved and that there's an opportunity to better connect the school to the Lafayette Moraga Regional Trail. And so because the pilot study is ongoing, we just have one recommendation in the short term for Burton Valley Elementary, and that's at the trail outlet by Sandalwood Court to remove those trail bollards and make some signing and striping improvements to improve visibility there. The next school we have is the Mayher Schools. And the key issue that we identified here is that the downhill grade on Leland Drive, as well as the curves, create some speed and visibility concerns as drivers are approaching the school crossing. That's pretty much at the bottom of the hill. but were some other issues as well. The recommendations that we have is to install speed humps along Leland Drive to slow people down, to add some, or to refresh a lot of the striping, the crosswalk striping and lane lines, as well as to add some vertical delineators along shoulders on Condit Drive, where there are some existing, but there are a few more locations we think we could add them to create a little bit more protection on curves for people walking and biking. The next school is Acalanes. And Acalanes, the key issue that we noted really is that the streets are designed more for vehicle access, speed, and parking rather than people walking and biking. Stanley Boulevard is where a lot of the recommendations are focused because there is no sidewalk on the south side of Stanley Boulevard, and also we thought an insufficient number of pedestrian crossings. And there's students and families crossing outside of crosswalks because that's where they desire to cross, but there's currently no crossing. And so we have a whole slew of recommendations. I think I have 3 slides of recommendations that are rapid implementation, these short-term ones, but they largely focus on adding 2 new crosswalks on Stanley Boulevard. And so one of those would be east of the exit-only school driveway, which is just east of the gas station. We also have some recommendations to add more crosswalks, like at the Camino Diablo intersection. The second crosswalk that we're recommending is at the East Bay Mud strip that's on the south side of Stanley Boulevard, where there's currently a dirt parking lane. We also observed a lot of people crossing there, and there's been a lot of public comment and diagrams sent about why that makes sense, and we agree that makes sense for pedestrian crossing. And then there's also a separate project going on to design a multi-use path on Pleasant Hill Road that will connect the school to the south. And so through our process, we're not doing anything with that, but we recommend obviously continuing that. So that's a high level overview, but there are a lot of recommendations for Acalanes High School. So more detail in the reports. And as far as next steps, so City Council discuss and approve Transcirc's prioritized recommendations. City staff will develop a funding and implementation plan, and then these projects can be designed and constructed. And then the last step is to evaluate the projects for effectiveness. So that concludes my presentation. I'll stop sharing my screen so we can take questions.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Drew, and thank you, Mike, for all of the work that that you and Transcirc, and I see a couple of Transcirc members here, and so I want to thank them as well. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments for Drew? Clarifying questions at this time, and then we'll do public comment, and then we'll narrow to our discussion. So I think I saw Councilmember Dawson, then Vice Mayor Anduri.
Thank you. Thank you, Drew. I just want to ask real quickly, the pork chop island that you referred to up front. So that's new since, I mean, what is that addition, and what was the impetus there?
I'll defer to Mike for more details, but because you request at the April 11th meeting, you requested that we look into that a little bit more. Mike and my team looked into it and made some recommendations. So that's why we're presenting them again, because they're brand new. It wasn't included in the previous report.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Vice Mayor Anduri.
Just a quick question. The second recommendation in the tool report for Acalanes High was reducing the speed limit from 25 to 15. And I'm just curious why that didn't make it to the final. Is that because it requires a further change that we can't do tonight and we'll see that later? Or is that something that Transcirc didn't want to do?
So I'll take that. Transcirc already took action on that, and this council to forward that as a citywide. So rather than do it school by school, there has been discussion about lowering the speed limits near schools as allowed by law within a certain distance of a school citywide. So we will be packaging that as one item, which will complement all of these things. And in fact, one of the recommendations for Pleasant Hill Road near Spring Hill School and Acalanes Road are the flashing beacon warning signs at school times that you see, and it'll be accompanied by a reduced speed limit sign, like 20 miles an hour or 25 miles an hour. So that's a recommendation here, but we don't have a formal map, if you will, of like the 15 mile per hour zones or the 20 mile per hour zones or the 25 mile per hour zones. That's going to be coming back separately.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Candell.
Yeah, thank you for the pork chop. That K-rail, that feels big and solid. Nice solution. We didn't know exactly what was going to happen there, but if you guys think that's safe for cars flying down Pleasant Hill Road, I'm glad. That just seems like a nice solution. So where exactly on the map is that RFP for Acalanes? So is it on the gym side of the entrance, right? So the entrance into Acalanes for the cars, is it just on that, I guess that would be the east or west, no, the east side of the school? Is that exactly where that is?
Or Mike, do you want to take this one?
Well, there are two, okay? There's one that is closer to the Shell station. The one that I think you're referring to, there is one that is east of that entrance to the school.
Right.
And it would be back closer to where the auxiliary parking lot is for the school. And it actually would cross at the end of the East Bay Mud Aqueduct right away. So where they have the fence for East Bay Mud, and there's a trail that goes into Pleasant Hill Circle, Nogales, Perales, that neighborhood back there. So part of the justification for that exact location is you can pick up people walking from Camino Diablo and walking through the parking lot of that church and keep them on a sidewalk, because they have a sidewalk for, let's say, 200 feet, but there's a gap for 130 feet, which would get them to this location. But then you also pick up the informal trail, and I'll say that because it's East Bay Mud's right of way, but there are students and parents that use that dirt path coming from the neighborhood. So those would culminate at that crossing. And then, the idea is that students are crossing mid-block everywhere along Stanley Boulevard, everywhere, wherever the path of the straightest route to wherever they're heading is. The idea is, let's get them coming from both ends, the Pleasant Hill Road end and the Camino Diablo end, and give them a good location to cross coming from either direction that is a mid-block crossing. And hopefully we can corral some of those crossings and group them more appropriately. Because right now they're just walking between cars at wherever they want to cross.
But I'm only seeing one RFP. You said there's two? I thought there was only one.
There are two. Yeah, there's one that is about 50 or 60 feet that would be
there it is.
West. Yeah, okay.
I see it.
There's two.
Okay, so another idea that we'd had at Acalanes that was a thought was that at the exit, going towards the Shell station, going back towards Pleasant Hill Road, we were going to try to change the lanes in there to see if more people could exit by taking up some more side on the Shell gas station side. That didn't work out? Is that not part of this?
No, that made it into the, I'll look up the number right now, but that did make it into the wrapped implementation set, right, Mike?
Yes.
It's there. Okay. I just didn't see it.
The recommendations.
Perfect, because that seems really, I know you have the two turn lanes and stuff like that, so hopefully that's just part of all that. Okay.
Yes, and the number is AC21. I just found it.
Okay, it's part of that whole thing. Got it. Okay, I was making sure that was included pushing that other lane over as well, which is great. And then the sidewalk on that mud dirt strip on the south side of Stanley Boulevard. I'm only focusing on this because it's such a big dollar item, right? And so it does include an RFP, which is like $60,000, and so there's still $100,000 there. Do we have to have an actual formal sidewalk, or can it be more of a dirt kind of thing? I'm just trying to see if there's ways for us to save at least some money if we don't go full on for that entire thing at a concrete sidewalk, if there was another alternative that you guys looked into.
So no, the answer is no, you can't have a dirt path. If I put this crosswalk there, it needs to be ADA compliant and it needs to connect to something that's ADA compliant. So there's a sidewalk gap there of about 130 feet, as I mentioned, and we'd have to put that in. Because it's on East Bay Mud Aqueduct, we are likely going to be required to put it in concrete. They don't want you compacting very much, or they try and minimize it. So you could do it in asphalt and the initial construction cost might be a little less, but they're going to prefer you pour concrete. And you are exactly right. It's about $100,000 for the sidewalk, and the rest of it is in the RFB and the striping reconfiguration and the ramps that have to go on both sides of that crosswalk as well, both sides of the street. So you're required to do the ADA compliant ramps, a sidewalk that's ADA compliant from there on one side. The benefit of this is we don't have to do anything with that dirt trail. It's still there, and that dirt trail can lead to this ADA compliant crossing, right? So we wouldn't chase that back, but we would connect it to the sidewalk, and now there is you know, an accessible route along Stanley all the way up to Camino Diablo.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks.
I know I'm muted. Any other clarifying questions from Councilmember Kwok or anyone else before we go to public comment? So we will now go to public comment. And before I turn it over to Suzanne, I do want to remind folks that we have received written public comment, and we, throughout the course of the Trans-Circ and this evening, we've received public comment and have all read that. And I invite you to come forward with oral public comment now. So Suzanne.
Thank you, Mayor. If any members of the public would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
And Suzanne, are you seeing any hands? I'm not seeing any hands.
I am not seeing any hands raised.
Okay.
Oh, actually, Mayor, we do have a hand raised. Stella Witherspoon.
Thank you.
If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now so that we know that you would like to speak. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Mike, Drew, nice to see you all. I just want to express my thanks to Mike and to Drew and the rest of the tool design staff and working so hard on this project and bringing some really great solutions to the table for us. I think that we're going to benefit absolutely, and certainly our children, our youngest citizens in the city will benefit hopefully the most. I do want to thank Drew and Tool for coming up with a plan for the pork chop and making it a little bit more secure for all of the students and parents who wait there for the light to turn. I didn't quite hear the detail on that. I may have not had a good connection, but I hope the K-rail is concrete, substantial, and I wanted to, share something. If I could share my screen, can I do that? Okay, let me see if I can make this work. I'm not so good at this. Hold on one second. I'm just trying to find.
Stella, in the bottom of your Zoom window is the toolbar, and you should have a share screen button. It is enabled.
Okay, let me try that. Sorry, guys. I'm just not the most savvy with the sharings of the screens. So can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. So I just wanted to show you something that I noticed happened last week. This is Diablo Foods. This is the basically a car that ran into a bollard. These are a series of bollards that are along the property line between Chase Bank and Diablo Foods. I think you can see the tree in the background that they light up at Christmas time. And so I don't know how fast this person was going. I don't know why they were trying to drive into the Chase area, probably just because they thought they could exit maybe the Diablo Foods lot at that point. But there is a bollard. It's kind of hard to see because it's inside the car. I don't know if you can see right there, there's little yellow and black stripes. It was basically a post style bollard, and it very effectively stopped the car. And I wanted to share it with you because my hope is that these K-rails will be, as well as they can be, fixed into the ground, into the pavement and the sub pavement, because I wouldn't want them to basically get knocked over if their car was reasonably fast. Is that mine already? Well, in any event, let me just move through.
20 seconds, yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, this is the bollard up close. It's inside the car. This is the bollard after they got the car out. It's practically still standing. And the reason why is because it's very well secured way down underneath the pavement. And you can see that all that happened to it was just this little wrinkle here. So I don't know the details of the K-rail solution, but I do hope that there'll be some kind of fortification down low and that it's secured really well. So thanks again, everyone, for all of your work. And I look forward to seeing these improvements out on the streets.
Thank you. And thank you for getting through, sharing the photos, getting through the public comment in that time. Are there any questions for the speaker? No, and thank you, Stella, for all of the work that you have done throughout this whole process. And I think has been right there with her clipboard right beside everyone on the walking audits. And I know many other members of the Transportation Circulation Commission were as well, but thank you.
Thank you.
And was at Lafayette Community Day painting tables. So thank you.
That's right, exactly.
Yes, and Sandy. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. Good night.
Thanks. Any other speakers, Suzanne?
If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. Mayor, I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, well, we will bring it back to the council. And again, thank you. Obviously, this has been going through a very thorough and detailed process, and members of the public have had the opportunity to weigh in at every stage of this process. So we'll now bring it back to the council for any other questions or comments, and Councilmember Kwok.
Just to follow up on Stella Witherspoon's comments about can the K-rail, sustain a shock? So this question may be for Drew or Mike, and that is if a typical car, 4,500 pounds, is traveling at 50 miles an hour and it strikes the K-rail head on, what is your expectation of what's going to happen? I mean, I really like the plastic bollards there. I think that visually helps keep people to get, if they were distracted, that they could be hit those bollards. But in the worst case, that they drove through all the bollards and hit the K-rail. What's the physics of a 5,000-pound vehicle traveling at that speed, and what happens?
You can break through even K-rail, but it is reinforced concrete. It is. We have them. We have sections of it more acting as guardrail at the top of Taylor Pleasant Hill Road, up above Rancho, at the Pleasant Hill Taylor Y, if you will. And we used to have vehicles, unfortunately, on a semi-regular basis, go off the road there. And then we added some temporary water barrier, and that was hit and in fact gone through. When we finally added the concrete, and it is anchored subsurface, as Stella was asking for, there is a footing to it. And we built the concrete rail to date, and it's been some years now. We haven't had anybody go through it. That is different than a head-on, blindsiding that curb. The physics of that is you can break through it, but you'd have to try. Right? I mean, that's got to be the worst of all scenarios, which isn't likely to happen when you're crossing students in a group, because traffic doesn't go that fast. They don't have an avenue to go 50 miles an hour down that hill because you're usually in congested traffic conditions. But if you hit it at 20 miles an hour, I think it would stop the car, a typical passenger vehicle. But you've still got to be slowing down. It's better than anything else we recommended. Everything else was more visual, and it's still up to the driver to avoid it. This is visual, and it has some structural stopping capabilities. So if a semi truck comes through this, they're going to take out that and the traffic signal and anything else on that island. It's just, you know, if they're going fast enough. So it's really a matter of physics, as you said. Mostly depends on what the size is and what the speed is. So mass and velocity will do some damage.
Thank you. Councilmember Dawson.
I just want to follow up. I think I missed the, do you have an estimated cost on these?
Councilmember Dawson, do you mean estimated cost on the K-rail? Just
yes,
this
on the
one
K-rail
item
on the
we're
bollards
talking about right now?
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, Drew, could you speak to that? I think we did some. It's not in the report.
Yeah, I can double check, but I don't think we didn't cost estimate it like we did for all the other projects.
You were talking about probably like $10,000 for a short section of K-rail and some delineators. It's something that the entire ask for all these safety improvements to schools utilizing your Palos Colorado's funding does have a little bit of fluff for some design costs. The hope would be we could absorb that. Also, I can just share, as I look into the nitty-gritty of actually building all of these things, these are planning concepts, they're great ideas. We did look in the sites, but when you go out to actually build them, I'm already finding a couple that probably can't be built exactly as we intended, but I can probably do something close and get the same effect of slowing down or making things more visible. But it may cost a little less because I can't do some of the things we want to do, because I'd have to add a piece of storm drain, which would price it out, or reshape the entire roadway, which would price it out. So there's going to be a little bit of balancing amongst all of these recommendations, and the intent is to install the intent of all of them, including this newer one, which would be the K-rail at the Pork Chop Island at Pleasant Hill Road in Spring Hill, within the same budget you have. And it would just be kind of massaging and working, you know, for the benefit of all the improvements.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Oh.
Councilmember Kendall, then Councilmember Kwok again. And
it's not a question, it's more of a comment. I am absolutely thrilled, and I absolutely support all of the recommendations in this report, and would gladly make a motion when at the time when we all want to make a motion.
Councilmember Kwok.
I was going to follow on the same theme, that I wanted to express appreciation, that I'm so happy that after this very long process, maybe even 10 years of reports and studies, that TOOL went back and gathered all that and gathered information from the community, from the schools, the parents, the walking tours. Thank you to the staff, and I probably forgot TransCirc. You know, there's been a lot of community engagement in this, which I observed in the last couple months. I really appreciate the process that we've gone through here. And I'm really proud that we're at the second half of those recommendations, and then to see the budgets lined up and to move into implementation this summer. It's very exciting. And I think do want to pause and thank everybody in the community for that effort. And I am supportive of where we're at and excited to move forward. I do have a question, that is that some of the items in the TOOL report that were noted as high priority did not appear on the staff report as items that we would implement this summer. And so I understand that there was a process to review those high priority items by both TransCirc and staff, and that there was a reason that these high priority items from TOOL are not listed for implementation. But I wonder if, for the record, Mike could explain on those points.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, TOOL did have some high priority. In general, most of the high priorities, I believe, are better covered by maybe a more expensive cost. For example, there might have been a simpler high priority, but we didn't feel you were going to actually get the safety from implementing that. Like maybe it was striping or changing or channelizing different at a crossing, but we instead opted for a flashing beacon crossing, which has been proven to be safer and have more compliance for drivers stopping and yielding to pedestrians. So that's just one example. We'd have to go through them all, but I can tell you that they were all gone through every item. And also, these are the ones that came to the front as we reviewed them, not just staff, but Transcirc and the public weighing in the various meetings. So these are the ones that made it to the top. It doesn't mean if there's something in here that we shouldn't implement 2 years from now or 3 years from now or in another phase. But these are the ones that we felt were the most important from a safety perspective.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. And thank you for that explanation. And I think we discussed this during the other schools as well, that that phased approach that Mike is talking about, that we still have these as we go forward. And if we get grant funding, that we have applied for with our legislature, at the state level, that some of these other things will get hopefully get funded and or we find other funding sources or create other funding opportunities to be able to do some of these. So I too am very excited with how far we've come in the last year or so. I know it probably seems much longer ago, Mike, than a year or so, and has been with all the studies that have been done in the past. But can go back through all the thank yous. I do want to lift up again the schools and the city schools partnership with Acalanes and with Superintendent Nickerson and the principal at Acalanes and Superintendent Whitmore and all of the work that they've done. I know that they have weighed in on these. And so I guess, Mike, one of my questions, and maybe Drew, is in rereading the letter from Superintendent Whitmore today, that reiterating their eagerness to partner on how to implement some of the items that were on the school only, or partnering school bus or different things. How does that go forward? Not that you don't have enough on your plate already, but how do we make sure we don't lose that momentum as well?
So I will just quickly add, we have already started that process. I did meet with Sammy Flores, and we had a tool representative with myself and the operations manager for the Lafayette School District. We have not had that connection with the Acalanes High School yet, but I intend to before we go and construct something, because there are recommendations for like improvements to striping in their parking lots, or stop signs at their parking lots and so forth. So they did express that willingness to work with us and for us to share, our thoughts. So we've already started that and did have a field walk. There is a possibility that when we get a striping contract, for example, we could offer that to the school districts, but it would require separate contracts. But if our contractor is willing to work with multiple entities, we will share the information and what the work is. So
thank you.
We'll see how fast we can put it together.
Yeah, and where we can get those economies of scale. And so anyway, thank you again, Tool, for all of the review of all of those. So with all of this gratitude, I believe that Councilmember Candell was going to make a motion.
Sure. And do you want me to make two separate motions for these? There are two pieces. Or can we vote on it together? You want to vote on them separate?
Mala.
Pleasure of the mayor. I think you can vote on it together. It's really a question of if it's going to be unanimous or not. If it's unanimous, you can obviously vote on it together.
Okay. I think that Councilmember Candell, if you would put the two items together, I think that's
great. So it's pretty long. All right. Make a motion to direct staff to complete a quick build plans and solicit contractor costs to complete work for the recommended alternatives listed in tables 1 through 4, and 2, authorize release of $1.3 million from the Palace Colorado's impact fees to fund safety improvements near schools, including the $612,000 already authorized by City Council on April 11th, 2022.
Thank you. And do we have a second? I believe Councilmember Kwok, you were.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Candell and a second by Councilmember Kwok. I will conduct the roll call vote. Councilmember Candell.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Can I get a quick clarification? Will this include the 2 additional quick, I guess the K-rail isn't necessarily a quick fix, is it? I mean, it's not included in the table, so will we just assume that it's added.
Good question. So do you want to add
I will
that?
assume it's added. Yes, I will assume it's added. It's been added tonight with these schools.
Okay.
With the other schools.
All right, either way, aye.
Thank you. No, thank you for that clarification. Vice Mayor Anduri. Oh no, Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, and we have unanimously approved the final set of schools. And now I know Mike and Drew, your work really begins in earnest. And I do want to, again, I see a number of the Transportation and Circulation Commissioners here, and I do very much want to thank you for your work in going out and doing the site visits, and then also studying these and bringing forward recommendations. And I'm very glad that the council unanimously supported those. So thank you. And I told just exciting agenda items throughout the evening. So thank you, Drew and Mike. And now we will move to another exciting item. There are a lot of things under this, but our consent calendar. And as we go forward, are there any council members who would like to comment or have an item on the consent calendar pulled?
I actually do 6B, and it's just to have a clarification that I got. I want to share with everybody.
So we will take care of it under the item later on the agenda. Any other item, Vice Mayor Anduri?
And under 6F, I would just like to pull consideration of SB 1482.
Okay.
I'll just ask the city attorney, is that possible? We can go ahead with all the other items, but just.
Or will it be cleaner to do it, just pull the item and.
It may be cleaner to just pull the whole item.
Okay. So we will do that. Any other items that members would like to pull until later on the agenda for consideration? And are there any members of the public who would like to comment on or have an item on the consent calendar pulled? Suzanne?
If any members of the public would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. I do not see any hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with tabling until later on the agenda item B and F? Councilmember Dawson?
Yes, I move that. I also just want to say thank you for all that work that is behind that. And I see Thomas Myers online. Thank you, Thomas, for that report on the ARPA funds.
Thank you. And Councilmember Kwok second. So we have a motion by Councilmember Dawson and a second by Councilmember Kwok. We'll conduct a roll call vote. Councilmember Kendall?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And so we have passed that. We will consider 6B and F, and then reiterating Councilmember Dawson's thank you. And again, encouraging members of the public, if you haven't already, to look at the items on consent. A lot of work also happens as we are voting on these items. So we will move now to agenda item 7. We have no old business, no staff report. We will move to agenda item number 9, which is our next review consideration of the draft housing element. And I'm looking at the calendar and we're not at our 2-hour mark yet. So we are going to continue and invite the planning staff to come forward. And potentially, I didn't see Diana, but welcome to, yep, there she is. And thank the planning staff for coming and Greg for coming. I believe he's on vacation this week, so not jumping right into it. So welcome.
Thank you. So this is the third time that the housing element draft has been before the council. You have considered it in two primary chunks in May on the 9th and the 23rd. Tonight, we are bringing back to you an updated draft of the housing element and the appendices based on comments and direction received at the last two meetings, but primarily the last meeting. And so Diana Elrod, housing consultant, and Renata, who's our senior planner leading the project in-house, will go into greater detail on it. Thanks.
Okay, welcome.
Hello.
Hello. There you
There we go.
Yep.
Yay. Okay. So I'm going to give the presentation tonight. It's fairly brief. Next slide, please. So the overview for tonight is we're going to review the prior meeting and modifications to the draft. We'll discuss additional revisions. We are asking for you to hold a public hearing, provide feedback on the updated draft housing element, and continue the matter to June 27th consent calendar for action. Next slide, please. So the most recent meeting we had was on May 23rd, and you reviewed the remaining components of the housing element, including the housing resources and sites inventory, review of the prior element, the extensive public participation, and provided additional feedback to staff on the draft housing element. We have provided with in your packet today redline versions of reports and materials, including the housing element summary, which now includes language about collaborating with BART and what that will entail in detail, included in the lot consolidation process, which was specifically requested. We made updates to the site inventory for this based on the City Council's recommendation. For Appendix A, we made changes to language regarding draft and final marina allocation and cleaned up some minor issues there. In the constraints analysis, we clarified language regarding development fees. We talked more about the assessment of lot consolidation and parking requirements and whether those might constitute constraints. We also did, at this body's suggestion, reiterate that the most important and the biggest constraint to the development of housing is the cost to develop housing. For Appendix C, which is the housing resources and sites inventory, we'll talk a little bit more about some changes that have been made to that in a moment. Next slide, please. With respect to affirmatively furthering fair housing, we added a new program for landlord education. We made clarifications and created objectives for those items that the City Council had called out. In terms of the review of the prior element, we didn't make any revisions. For public participation, we included some new visuals to give a sense of what we've actually done. And with respect to the implementation plan, we've included new programs for collaborating with BART on the TOD work plan, a new action to waive lot merger processing fees for multifamily development, and a new item to look at development fees going forward to address the potential conflict between single family, Alexa off, and development fee refinement based on whether or not multifamily housing gets a greater load of fees than single family housing. We've added, we modified a program to review development standards with developers. This includes more than just height, but also to look to see if there are other aspects based on what developers are asking for in terms of waivers and concessions for density bonus, that some of those things may present themselves as constraints. And then we made revisions to the Fair Housing Action Plan based on some typos and other relatively minor modifications to it. Next slide. You received a supplement for the site inventory. We discovered that basically because of rounding issues that some of the totals were off in terms of what you saw in the actual spreadsheet versus when we actually just, hand input the units in each category, and it was off by a few units here and there. Since that supplement, we've also been made aware of the fact that the El Charro site, which is 3 lots, or 2 lots, I think, the one that's marked C1, it's actually split in half between C1 and R10. And because the city council did not want to increase zoning densities in the downtown, we've had to revise essentially the back half of that lot with the number of units that could be developed there. So we end up, in a sense, losing a few of the lower income units because R10 is essentially 6 units per acre density, and we can't count them, any units on that low of a density, as lower income. So the recommendation, the council recommendation on the left-hand side at the bottom was what we last ended with in terms of the number of units in the buffer and their percentages, and the revised inventory based on both the changes in the rounding issue as well as the El Charro site makes these slight modifications. You can see here that we lose perhaps 10 units in total for the low and very low income. Next slide. So this is the new and improved as of this afternoon summary of recommended final inventory. You can see here that we've gone down only a handful of units in total, but this corresponds with both the correction to El Charro as well as addressing the issue of rounding that was occurring with the Excel spreadsheet. So that's really all we have to present today. This is an opportunity. Obviously, we have had plenty of opportunities before, and we will have after this official public comment period, which was open from May 6th to June 6th. We will continue to accept comments, but we are legally required now to provide an official noticed public comment period. We have 10 days, basically 10 business days from June 6th in order to consider the comments that were made, and I'll share a little bit about high-level comments that were made. We received 48 comments. Some of them were duplicative in the sense that some people gave it multiple times, but we received quite a lot of interest with a lot of detailed commentary on what people wanted to see. And we provided this in the public comment packets for both all 3 hearings this time. As I mentioned, we're reviewing what these comments have been, and the revisions to the draft in response to comments will be made prior to the action on June 27th. Next slide, please. I'm giving a really high-level summary of the comments. I think number one, many people reiterated that they wanted to retain the semi-rural quality of Lafayette. We had many people who said they didn't want to upzone the downtown at all. Some people did say we should upzone the downtown. Again, many people said don't upzone De Silva, but others said we do want to upzone De Silva. And in fact, in your packet, the De Silva group provided a letter saying they'd be interested in including their site in the inventory and work on plans for that. There was basically a lot of commentary regarding not increasing density along Deer Hill, Happy Valley and the Glen. Many people said upzone the BART site to just the required 75 dwelling units per acre and not higher. Many people expressed concerns about climate change, fire hazards, and sustainability. In terms of some suggestions that we hadn't heard before or comments that we hadn't heard before, we have received some comments regarding how to make ADUs easier to develop and use them to create more affordable housing. We'll be looking at those more in depth, those specific recommendations. And then we received suggestions to make the goals, policies, and programs more actionable. That is, provide more concrete deadlines for when things will get done and steps in between for when they should happen. So this is sort of real rough summary. There are obviously a lot of comments and sort of variations on everything, but I think this kind of summarizes the collection of all the comments that we have before us. Next slide, please. So what we're asking for today is for your questions, hold a public hearing on the conversation, provide feedback for us, and continue the item to June 27 consent calendar with the amendments to the site inventory as I've described them today. I think that's it. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much. And again, another item that we have been working on for a couple of years and getting close, and with all of the public input to having something to send off to HCD. So are there any questions, clarifying questions or questions of staff before we open up for the public hearing for public comment? Any of my colleagues, Vice Mayor Anduri and then Councilmember Candell?
Okay, two questions. First, I just want to confirm the supplement that was sent that shows now the excess, the buffer is 999. That's not now reflected in the housing element. Is that correct? And it will be reflected.
That's correct. All the tables in the housing element, the one that I showed you at the very end, will be reflected in all parts of the housing element before it goes to HCD.
Okay. And I hate to ask this again, but on H13 of the housing element, this is under 2.3 key data facts affecting the need for housing. And it starts out by saying, and evidently this is a key fact affecting the need for housing, the desire to age in place is partly the result of economic pressures, as well as the desire to stay in the community people have called home for many years. So far, so good. The next sentence, I still do not understand what the point is of that next sentence. I understand the last sentence, it's that middle sentence.
What was expressed at the GPAC meeting was that that seniors oftentimes they're sitting on their largest investment or their largest asset, which is their home. And there's a concern about depleting that asset before they can actually, take advantage of it, or depleting it such that by selling their home, they have nothing left in their nest egg, if you will. If they have to turn around and spend it on another unit or rent, there was several people expressed concern that owning property is the primary way that they feel secure in their housing and don't want to sell it.
Okay, then just a quick fix for the run-on sentence. Can we add after because and before concerns they have? On the one hand, the idea of downsizing sounds appealing, but homeowners may face substantial challenges because they have concerns.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
Okay, Councilmember Candell.
So I asked as a process question, are we going to go through each one of the sections and make edits after the public hearing? Like what Carl just did, are we going to get a chance to go through each one of those and do that? But that'll be after the public hearing.
Yes, we can do that.
That was my question. Thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, I'm seeing shaking of collective heads of council members. So I will now open the public hearing and invite Suzanne Erla to let our members of the public know how they can address the council on the housing element.
Thank you, Mayor. If any members of the public would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
And also noting, obviously welcoming you to speak to the council, but we have received public comment, both directly to the council and through the public comment process. And I can assure you that all council members have read every word, but also welcoming folks to join us in the public hearing right now.
Mayor, I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, we will bring it back to.
Actually,
thank you.
We do have at least one person wanting to comment. Elliot Hudson. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. Thank you.
And welcome, Mr. Hudson.
Good evening, Mayor Geringer and members of the City Council. I just have a few comments. The draft is, I think, significantly better in terms of preserving Lafayette's character than it was at the outset, but there are still a few things that I think need improvement. With respect to the BART lot, there seems to be an inappropriate concern that HCD might not credit the units on the BART lot toward meeting our arena requirements. And that is leading to statements about the desires of the Lafayette community and moves to promote development of that lot that I think are unnecessary and inappropriate. HCD cannot, without being duplicitous to the point of dishonesty, disregard the BART lot in meeting the RENA numbers. The reason is simple. Requirement of that lot is required by law. Lafayette will have to develop it as soon as BART approaches us to do that. And it's up to BART, not Lafayette, as to when that timing occurs. HCD can require compliance with AB 2923, but it cannot in good faith pretend that those requirements do not exist. What would happen if HCD disregarded the BART lot is Lafayette would be stuck with the development of that lot at 75 units per acre, not credited toward the RENA numbers, actually have to develop them. And then HCD would require that we add in other elements, other dwelling units elsewhere, which would mean effectively doubling the number of units that AB 2923 requires. So I don't think we should be drafting a housing element that overstates what Lafayette wants to do with that lot. I think that instead of saying that the city supports transit-oriented development, which is not a true reflection of the desires of the community, it should simply say that Lafayette recognizes the legal requirement for developing the lot. That's sufficient, and that's all that it should say. Similarly, Lafayette should not be going out and actively seeking to develop that lot on a prioritized basis. We should be credited for it, and that's all that needs to be done. Finally, the key takeaways and stories in the housing element continue to be unfairly biased toward development of Lafayette. The stories that are selected have been cherry-picked by staff for their agenda. If those stories can't be presented in a balanced fashion, they need to be deleted. They're simply one-off stories that add nothing to the housing element and are irrelevant as single stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Vice Mayor Andrew?
Yeah, Mr. Hudson, I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding. I read your letter when it came in earlier today, and you said the sentence again this evening. It's in the end of the third paragraph. HCD can require compliance with the AB 2923, but it cannot in good faith pretend those requirements do not exist.
Correct.
Can you elaborate?
Sure. We have to develop BART. If BART says that that it wants to develop BART, Lafayette has no choice. Therefore, HCD should not reject counting the BART lot as part of the housing element in meeting the RENA requirements. It's not up to Lafayette when that occurs. And so there's no reason to overstate what the city wants to do with that lot. All it needs to state, and all that's appropriate, and all that's consistent with what the Lafayette residents want, is to state we recognize the requirements of state law and will comply.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Robert Lavoie, followed by Libby Henry.
Welcome, Mr. Lavoie. Welcome.
Hello, thanks for taking my comments. First of all, I'd like to quickly say that I support the latest iteration of the sites, taking the BART back to 75 units per acre and the yield to 100%. Well, actually, it looks like they're still using 95%, so I would highly recommend that we put that at 100%. But since we have enough in the buffer, I guess maybe it's okay to leave it for now and see what HCD comes back with. But it's certainly available. I think we're ready for round one with HCD. I think ADUs are likely to come in higher, but these are sufficient for right now. A couple of comments on the draft of the plan, just sort of small things, but on page 1 of the red line version, there's several additional comments that have been added in red, and I'm not sure why those were added. It talks about the reason for this housing element is to meet the recent changes in the city population and housing needs, and our population has essentially been flat. The growth rate for 30 years is 8.6%. So if you do that annualized, it's 0.23% per year. And the same happened in 20 years. So I really think it's sort of misstating the facts. We're really doing this housing thing because we're mandated by the state. So I think we should keep that clear. It talks about residents, and somebody added of the Bay Area. I think our goal is to deal with residents of Lafayette's concerns and not the concerns of everyone in the Bay Area. If people want to support housing for the whole Bay Area, that's great. But I think trying to put it in the most expensive area in the county is not really smart if we're just trying to do additional housing. So it just seems like we're adding things that aren't part of what our community expressed in the survey. I'd like to just reiterate some of Elliot Hudson's points that he clearly laid out in that email. The stories, I think, again, don't represent the cross-section of the community. I would say, looking at this Zoom meeting, everybody here has probably struggled to live in this community. It's not easy to live here. But nobody gives us the right to live. So anyway, take a look at his email, and I hope we can incorporate some of those things in the final draft.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Lavoie.
Thanks a lot.
The next speaker is Libby Henry, followed by Tobias Bodine.
Welcome, Ms. Henry.
Hi, everybody. Does anybody want to know about the Warriors?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean, no, thank you. Sorry. Welcome, Libby.
I just, I thought about it and I said, well, if they're interested, they're probably taping it. But anyway, I just wanted to support. I like the slide that Diana and Renata were showing that listed, what the community was there for. I've written, I believe you have two letters of mine on file, so you've heard what I've had to say. I wanted to add a comment to Elliot Hudson's comment about AB 2923. AB 2923, to my understanding, is not a mandate. It is the ability to develop BART stations, but it doesn't mean that every BART station has to be developed. For example, Orinda can't develop theirs because their BART parking lot is owned by Caltrans, just as an example. So, however, if we can meet our RENA numbers and all of that with, without developing the BART parking lot, that would be ideal. If not, certainly developing the BART parking lot to the state's specifications, not over and above it. I believe it's 75 units per acre and 95% yield. Numbers that I don't really understand, but I have heard those. Anyway, but not over and above that would be appropriate. And what else did I want to say? Oh yeah, I love the line about, I don't know who it was that suggested, oh, well, let's upzone Happy Valley and Happy Valley Glen. I don't know who suggested that, but there's a lot of us in Happy Valley that, aren't real happy about that. Just because we happen to be the single family home neighborhood that's closest to BART doesn't mean that we should be discriminated against in order to fulfill this when there's other possibilities as far as doing this. So I appreciate everybody's work and Renata and Diana on this whole issue, and also about the stories, what Elliot Hudson said. If you're not going to use a balanced array of stories, don't use them at all, because there are an awful lot of us who wrote in, and somehow our stories disappeared, and they were very different than what was represented. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Ms. Henry.
Go Dubs.
And thank you for not telling.
The next speaker is Tobias Bodine, followed by Patty Battersby. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now, as currently there are no other hands raised after Patty.
Welcome, Mr. Bodine.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. It's been a while since I've spoken to the City Council, and I just want to say I feel that this city's moral compass is spinning wildly. We all know that there's a housing problem in California. We all know that it's in the Bay Area. And when I look at the streets of Lafayette, I see it here in Lafayette as well. The fact that the only site that's going to be upzoned is the De Silva North parcel, which is quite far from BART, makes no sense. And the fact that all of the neighborhoods got themselves exempted from any kind of upzoning is kind of sad, actually, that this is what the kind of moral compass of this community is pointing towards, not towards having denser housing throughout the city and not having denser housing closest to transit, which would be the logical place to put it. So the number that has been put in for the AB 2923 BART of 827 units, well, the city isn't even going to have those built. Nobody is going to have those built until after this RENA cycle is finished. So when you do the math, what we see is that this community seems to be more concerned about drawing up the drawbridge and keeping people out who could be working in the city. Our service workers can't afford to live here. Our children can't afford to move out of our house because there's nowhere else to go in Lafayette. And so I really hope that this conversation can continue and not just be dominated by single family homeowners who are just trying to protect their own personal interests and not really think through the knock-on effects of a community like Lafayette, just like communities like Alamo or Ross or other places that are just keeping out anybody that doesn't have a six-figure double income. And so I really implore this council to look into your hearts as to what you actually want this city to represent. And is it to perpetuate an idealized kind of suburban living, or is it to be a part of a vibrant urban area? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you, Mr. Bodine.
The next speaker is Patty Battersby, followed by Colin Elliott and Max Henninger.
Good evening.
Welcome, Ms. Battersby.
Thank you. I'd like to start out by referring to the survey that was done, and the majority of residents do not want to live in an urban environment. There are a lot of urban areas that are close to Lafayette. There are a lot of other choices. The majority of residents support Lafayette's mission statement that says to maintain the semi-rural character of our city. So given that, I really want you all to really seriously consider Elliot Hudson's comments that he made, support the suggestions that have been made by Colin Elliott and Rob Lavoie. I feel that their well-thought solutions provide an intelligent alternative. And the one thing that the Glen, as I'm a neighbor, we're terribly concerned about the BART. And I think that, again, we want to say as a neighborhood, please do not add any more units than is required by law. We are in a very, very high fire zone. We have limited evacuation, one road out for 130 homes. And I think it's a great concern. It's going to be a disaster if and when those units are built. And it doesn't work well when we're in high fire zones to do all the planning in those areas. The other thing is that I hope that the committee will continue to increase the account of ADUs as they're built. I think the number that we've come up with at this point is 384 units. The very low income and low income, it's a great solution. We've talked to so many families where seniors are able to stay in Lafayette, their kids are able to stay in Lafayette, and it's really something that's being utilized in our neighborhoods already. I think that's very, very important to say. And I also have to say the majority of us have made sacrifices. When we first moved to Lafayette 40 years ago, we had to sacrifice to be able to do it. And I work with a lot of young people, and I know that my young neighbors, they are two-income families. They work long hours, they're making sacrifices, there's no entitlement. And I think it's important to tell those stories and to really, really realize that they deserve to be where they're able to work and to make those sacrifices to live in these areas and in these neighborhoods. It's important for us to maintain what the majority of residents want and to listen to people that are paying property taxes, that are living as residents in Lafayette now, And I know there are a lot of people that would love to live in Lafayette, but I think we have to be real. We've got to provide and we've got to provide some housing for our teachers, our fire people, etc. But we cannot provide housing for everybody in the state of California or in the county.
Thank you. Thank you for wrapping up. Thank you, Ms. Battersby. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, not seeing any. We have some more speakers, Suzanne.
Yes, the next speaker is Colin Elliott, followed by Max Henninger and Jeremy Levine. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand now and we'll put you in line. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Elliott.
I'm unmuted, I hope.
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. First off, I agree with what staff has recommended to you on this round, with BART at the 75 and the 95% yield. So thanks, staff, for that. I do also want to mention a couple of things, really responding to some of the comments you've heard. The first is to remember that when we made housing by right in most of our commercial areas downtown, we effectively already upzoned our downtown when we did that, particularly when you take into account density bonus. And so that can't be said for a lot of cities out there. They don't have that ability. Their commercial doesn't allow residential by right. So we really have to remember that. And I think we have to make sure we stress that in our report and that people understand that we already took that big step, which is why we're seeing a lot of the development that we've seen. Along those lines, I happened to come across City of Alameda's housing element recently that they've submitted, and obviously all cities are different. But there were two things jumped out at me of that. Firstly, they had projected 40 ADUs a year, 50 ADUs a year, or 400 in total. So we are obviously being more conservative than the island of Alameda in that. And then the other thing I noticed, they've put all of their 3 old shopping centers in as potential opportunity sites. And as they say, although they're old, if you've been there, you'll know they're all well occupied with good tenants. And that's on the grounds that they have spoken to the owners. The owners are willing to do housing development on those sites. And they say in their report that they recognize that they have no track record. They have not developed any of these centers in the last 50 years for residential, but nonetheless, those are in their opportunity sites. So we'll see what HCD says about that, but I do think that's an area that we can work on over the next few months and years, is obviously, as I've told some of you, looking at our shopping centers and what we can do with those in a targeted way downtown. And then finally, I wanted to just give a shout out to staff for something they put in right at the beginning, section 2.0, talking about redevelopment agencies and what the loss of that meant to the city. It's worth reading. They sum that up, that it's about $10.4 million that the city lost that could have gone towards affordable housing since 2012, and something like 1.7 million in 2019-20. And I think this is something that just most people, you guys are all aware of this, but I think the general public isn't, that if you think about that's just our city and how you multiply that around the state, it was a massive amount of money that the state took away for affordable housing and never haven't given back. And so I think a lot of people talking about the housing crisis need to understand that a lot of the state had a big hand in what is this affordable housing crisis now by taking away this funding and not giving it back to cities. So I just wanted to thank staff for putting that in the report.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. I mean, thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Elliott. I'm going backwards on my 2 Elliots. So thank you, Colin.
You're welcome.
The next speaker is Max Henninger, followed by Jeremy Levine, and there are currently no other hands raised after Jeremy.
Welcome, Mr. Henninger.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Max Henninger here, Board of Inclusive Lafayette. I just want to step back for a moment and note that if we think 20 years from now, when we look back on this document, I'm wondering, do we think we're going to feel proud about the document we've produced? And I've got a hunch, and it's that inequality and climate change are going to be the yardsticks that we're judged by the next generation. And so in the months that follow, as we inevitably go back and forth with HCD, I just want us to think, do we want to remember about how we dug in our heels and fought to preserve Lafayette as an exclusive enclave, or do we want to think about how we did our part to serve the region which desperately needs this more housing and which state law requires? And I would put it out there that of all these cities, we're uniquely positioned to make an impact. One, we're a 30-minute BART ride to downtown San Francisco, arguably the innovation capital of the world. It's hard to think of a bigger, better investment you could make in climate change and having mixed-use, mid-rise housing all around 1 mile from that BART station. And secondly, we know that from research out of Raj Chetty at Harvard that low-income kids who grow up in communities like Lafayette, they enjoy significant advantages, both while growing up and later in life. In fact, I looked at his research the other day, and they have this amazing nationwide atlas. And if you look at Lafayette, you find that kids who grew up here earned more than about 90% of their peers by age 35, according to the data from the Opportunity Atlas, so the 90th percentile. So wow, you think about the climate change impact, the social equity impact, and I get it. It's really hard to accept change. I get why the folks who spoke earlier tonight really want you to dig in your heels and fight HCD tooth and nail all the way. But we don't have to. We can actually seize this opportunity for what it is. In the last 40 seconds, I just want to make a note about ADUs, and they're great. I hope we build a lot more of them in Lafayette, but I'm a little worried that we're hailing them as the solution to our affordability crisis. And we really need to think ADUs are not the same as deed restricted affordable housing. Effectively, we're restricting the low-income housing opportunities to those who have families who are already wealthy enough to live in Lafayette. And so let's just think, who are we going to leave out when we put all of our eggs in that basket? So I just hope we keep that in mind. Thank you so much. I know it's a lot of hard work, and we're going to keep at it together over the next few months. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Henninger.
The next speaker is Jeremy Levine, followed by Meredith Mead. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Welcome, Mr. Levine.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully everyone here knows me by now, but I'm Jeremy. I'm a board member of Inclusive Lafayette. And I also am a little disappointed with where the draft is currently right now. It doesn't feel like we have many new policies that we're implementing. It doesn't feel like we have really looked at realistic sites or the policies to make sites realistic for the kind of housing we're projecting. It doesn't feel like this is a compromise between all of the interests of the community. It feels like this is the bare minimum, and we're just seeing what we can get away with to HCD. Now that's fine, but the methodologies we're using are so, the rigorous sort of thing, like moving our realistic capacity from 90% to 95% because people asked for it. I don't know what methodology that is, but I'm here today to talk a little bit about why housing is good and why Lafayette needs more of it. You know where I stand on the general plan, you know where I stand on the housing element, but I think that it's important that we look at evidence to inform our decisions about what we want the future of our city to be. So I'm going to talk about education today. I'm going to share my screen very briefly. This is a report commissioned by the Lafayette School District that I'm about to share with you. The Lafayette School District commissioned this, I don't know, a couple months ago. It's very new. And what we're looking at now is a table of the projected counts of students who will be attending the Lafayette School District. And it's kind of hard to see across this table of numbers, but I think the big takeaway is that from 2021 to 2031, the school district is projecting a loss of more than 500 students across K through 8. 500 students who we are losing because of pandemic, people moving to private schools, who are losing because our population is aging and young households can't afford to live in Lafayette. So when we're thinking about what makes Lafayette great, our schools and our green hills, I think it's important to recognize that if we want our schools to remain great, we need children to fill them. And based on what the school district's looking at, that's something that we're going to be struggling with in the coming years. So I hope that after HCD has its look at the city's comments, we will reconsider how we can build housing to meet our workforces and our residents' needs and our schools' needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Levine.
The next speaker is Meredith Mead, followed by Janine Crow. And there are no other hands raised after Janine.
Good evening.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I just wanted to chime in. First, I'm speaking as a citizen of our community in that capacity only, but I just wanted to note that our population probably hasn't grown significantly because we haven't added a lot of housing. We have not done our part. As the population of our greater Bay Area has grown, we have not done our part to help ease the load. I think other citizens of our city have said it beautifully, Tobias Bodine and Max Henninger. I agree with everything they said, and I know you have a big job ahead of you, but thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you.
The next speaker is Janine Crow. And there are currently no other hands raised after this speaker. Actually, there is one. The next speaker after will be Cheryl. Thank you.
Hello, this is Janine.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for all the hard work. I think that the committee that has been working on this and listening to the majority of the surveys, or actually listening to all the surveys and seeing what does the majority of the population of Lafayette want, I think that needs to be respected. There are a lot of people, I think, who have sacrificed a lot in order to be able to buy in Lafayette, and they don't want their property values to go down. If they've put in more than $1 million to get in here, they don't want their property values to go down by any policies that the city takes. So we need to respect that, I believe. I think as far as BART goes, I think that 75 sounds like we should just go with that. And I think that's what you did, is go with 75 and not try to tack on any more. That the people who, I don't live over that way, but the people who live that way, if there's a fire, or any of us really, if there's a fire, we don't have great ways out of Lafayette, any of us. I mean, I'm over on by St. Mary's Road. Basically, that's my way out is St. Mary's Road to downtown Lafayette and up to the freeway. I mean, we're not built. Lafayette is not built on flat land where you can build easily and have easy egress in case of fire. So I would say be careful to respect everybody's ability to, in a case of emergency, to be able to get out and safely. I I do feel for people, especially senior citizens who would like to live here. And it would be nice if there was more low senior housing. I don't know if that's possible or not. That would be really wonderful if there was senior housing for people who would like to, who don't have a house, they don't own a home, and they would like to have some kind of senior housing to age gracefully in until they pass. That would be very good. And
go ahead. You have a few more seconds.
Okay, there's okay. As far as affordability, the Brant, which is new, that doesn't seem like a very affordable place to me, as far as I could tell. I mean, it's good it's there, that there's new housing that way, but it didn't look terribly affordable to me. So to the degree that we can do affordable housing or apartments or whatever, we can strive to.
Okay, so you can go ahead and wrap up.
Okay, so we'll strive to do that, but still respecting the people's property values in a way that respects people's property values, so we don't lose our property values.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The next speaker is Cheryl. And there are no other hands raised on this item after Cheryl.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Cheryl.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for taking this time. This has been obviously a long, ongoing, community-involved process for years. And thank you for all your work and the Planning Commission and GPAC and all the work they've done. I've been to all of them, or most of them. I just wanted to follow up with Colin Elliott. I really liked a lot what he said, especially when it comes to housing by right on the east and west end, and I understand maybe on the heading down Moraga Road. It is in a way already upzoning because most of the lots in Lafayette on Mount Dell Boulevard are they're not corporate terrace. They're smaller properties. So they're half acre, third acre, and things like that, unless you combine them with other properties, neighboring properties. So they are not required to replace it with commercial, such as Brown Avenue, which was a viable mechanic business. Prior to that, it was a gas station. And they replaced it with housing. That's fine, but just to know that they don't have to do that. So that's really important factor, that it is sort of a way of already upzoning with the density bonuses without officially doing it through HCD. So I think keeping everything that you've done in the staff report, I agree with Colin. We should just go with it, with what you've proposed. And thank you for all your work. And then one other thing I would like to add too is the diversity of the letters is really important. That I have a friend that wrote one that is very, very moving, and I'm not sure that that was included in, and it's important to include all levels and variety of letters that were sent in. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, not seeing any, and I don't see any hands up. Suzanne, would you let people know again how to offer public comment before we close the public hearing and come back to the council?
Certainly. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. Mayor, there is another speaker. Chris is the next speaker. Thank you.
Welcome, and I believe it's Mr. Mickus, but you will correct me if that's not correct.
Mickus, but that's totally okay. Glad I could join tonight, pretty last minute, but I wanted to talk a little bit more about BART today. I was glad to see that the city staff included a little more detail about BART and kind of the gray area with compliance to the housing element with including BART, granted that we're slated for longer term development at the moment. I am glad to see that the city is working proactively with BART, but I am still a little pessimistic. Frankly, I think given BART's emphasis on infrastructure concerns, public support, and just economic viability with the size and issues that we face with the solar panel leasing and parking replacement, we should definitely be looking into alternatives if HC does not approve this housing element with BART. So I would just encourage you all to be proactive about thinking forward, and I guess while doing everything we can to promote development at BART, because there are a ton of benefits for affordable development at the site, we are, I think, facing an uphill battle with getting ourselves moved forward in the development plan of BART. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Mikas.
Mayor, I do
Okay.
not see any other hands raised.
Okay, so we will close the public hearing with thanks to those who had submitted public comment in writing and this evening verbally and over the last 2 years, as has been pointed out to the GPAC and planning and to us. So it is 8:16, or apparently my computer's off by 1 minute, but if everyone will set their timers for 5 minutes, we will take a 5-minute break and we will come back to ask questions and deliberate.
You are tuned in to the Lafayette City Council meeting. The City Council is in recess and will return shortly. You are tuned in to the Lafayette City Council meeting. The City Council is currently in recess and will return shortly. You are tuned in to the Lafayette City Council meeting. The City Council is currently in a short recess and will return momentarily.
Okay, I think we're all coming back on screen. Thank you to the members of the public for your patience. We had implemented at the beginning of the year take a break after 2 hours. And so hopefully everyone was able to do that. So now we're going to come back and we're going to ask questions. And then I think what process-wise is go through the red line version of the housing element and go through by sections. I know that we have previously gone through sort of page by page, line by line, but I think that we can go through by sections and get all of the council members' comments. And then we will go through the appendices. So are there, first of all, any questions before we get started? Vice Mayor Endori?
I'd like to ask Ms. Elrod to respond to Mr. Mr. Hudson's comments on how to deal with the BART lots vis-a-vis HCD and how, well, I'd just like you to respond to that.
Thank you. Basically, we have to demonstrate a couple of things. We have to demonstrate to BART that Lafayette is serious about allowing development to occur within the 8 years of the 6th cycle. We are currently not on the in the short-term or mid-term plan of the work plan. So we would be currently considered for development sometime after 2030 or 2031, I should say. And so therefore we are required to work with BART to discern how we can move up the ranking to be placed in the midterm, which is during this housing element cycle. And until we are able to do that, we absolutely cannot count those units, because the purpose of the inventory is the sites have to be available for development within the 8-year period. So if a development is supposed to happen, for example, in 2035, we cannot count it against this RENA allocation. That would be already into another cycle. So there are a number of steps we've discussed with BART about what we need to do. They have a ranking system, a criteria system for giving points for various market readiness, for community support, for a bunch of other things that would come up that would need to be addressed. And so in order to get more push our timeline up, we have to improve our rankings from this point. And so one of the major criteria that we have to look at is community support for housing on that site, as well as a variety of other factors. And that's what we're working with BART on. We have regular meetings about once a month, sometimes twice a month, to discuss what are some of these impediments, including, for example, the cost, the remaining rent, if you will, or lease of the solar panels, as that amount is declining over time. So at some point, where's the money going to come to pay off that? Where's the money going to come for replacement parking, et cetera? So this is we're working very hard to make sure that we can demonstrate to HCD that this is a viable site for this cycle of the housing element.
So you don't think that HCD would say, yes, we understand that you received a larger arena allocation because you have the BART station, and therefore, and you've counted it, you want to do it, so therefore we're going to count it?
No, they clearly have said in conversations that in order to use BART sites or sites like the BART sites, we would have to really demonstrate these are truly viable sites. It's actually true for every site in the inventory. We have to demonstrate that they're viable for development within the planning period, which we can't do because it's not on the TOD work plan at this time. And actually, HCD, the arm that does the housing elements is not related to the arm that does the RENA allocation work. And so we can't really argue to this particular section of HCD, which is enormous, that we got the RENA allocation and therefore we need the BART site, because we got the big RENA allocation because we have a BART site. So we have to use the BART site to cover that, because they're still going to require us to focus on developability within the 8-year planning cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Follow up, Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, thank you, Diana. I know other cities have an MOU with BART, even though they're not developing anything, they're not doing anything yet. And the MOU is just to cover, hey, it's a real legal document saying, hey, if BART gets approached by a developer, we want to be at the table like instantly, not like delayed or whatever. Have you thought about getting an MOU signed with them?
We would not probably be able to get an MOU until we were moved up. We can't, even if, again, the question is the site within the work plan? Is it developable within the next 8 years? If the answer to that is no, then that we cannot get them to give us an MOU based on that we would develop it in this 8-year cycle.
Can we ask them? We can ask them, right?
The process, we certainly ask them. The process, though, is one where we have to demonstrate that we can move up, because we have to be able to meet the criteria, the ranking system that we don't meet right now.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure that we're going to get one of those as soon as we possibly can.
We definitely will.
Thank you.
Well, then another follow-up. Then Ms. Elrod, in your opinion, what steps should we take? Well, again, assuming if HCD comes back to us and says, no, we can't count these BART sites, then we're going to have to find sites elsewhere.
Correct.
What should we do? Are we taking, do you believe that the housing element draft now and exhibit Appendix C contain what they need to contain in order to give us the maximum chance of being able to count our BART lots?
I think that it will be, I think that HCD will come back with questions about that when they have 90 days to review our first draft. They're not going to, I don't think that they're going to dismiss it necessarily right out of hand, but I think that they will need some demonstration that we are moving towards some agreement to move up on the BART TOD work plan. Because right now, there is no way that we can include it because it's not in the work plan, and we have to make sure that this is available for development and all parties are in agreement within the 8-year cycle.
Okay.
And yes, we will have to find, yes, and if they do not allow us to use it, we will have to find alternatives.
Okay. Councilmember Dawson.
I was going to say, we touched on this in the meeting in terms of what would be an alternative, but I have to say, based on your comments now, Diana, it's a little more concerning that there is more of a doubt that you have that these could be counted. So
we have a lot of work to do to get them to count.
Right.
That's really what that's going to matter. What matters. Which is what we're simultaneously doing with BART.
Yeah, I know it looks like it from the work plan that is there. So I do appreciate that. I think to Elliot's point where he was saying, oh, he was mentioning there's a lot of steps, but I think that is important to what we're trying to portray, that we're taking these steps and there's active discussion. So I can appreciate that. Thanks.
So any other questions on that or other topics? Well, and I could ask it here. So continuing on that line, when we look at the actual, well, I'll ask it when we get to the copy that was in question. I have a question, Diana, and I think that very early on at GPAC, you described, sorry, I'm looking at where my question is, but you described the reasoning or the criteria or potentially the requirements around the stories that have been included in the housing element. Mm-hmm. And could you talk to us about sort of why the stories are there and why the ones have been picked, or why they're not all in there?
There is not a statutory requirement to include any stories. The idea was been throughout the Bay Area talking about getting real stories from real people to talk about what their housing concerns are, and specifically with respect to people who cannot afford housing and who are trying to live someplace where they cannot afford. And we're trying to get at essentially people who have lower incomes, and we're not talking about people that don't earn any incomes. We're talking about people who are a mom and a dad and a baby that makes $75,000 a year is considered very low income or extremely low income in certain communities. And so to talk about, sort of put a human face on the people, the struggle that people have currently to live in this market which is Bay Area wide, very difficult to find housing. So that's what the idea was. And Renata, I can see her waving her hand.
I'd just like to add, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to add that actually all stories that we received were included as at the end of Appendix C. But I think there were some that were highlighted to demonstrate the points shown in the housing needs data.
And that was how I looked at the ones that were included, right? That they did provide relevance. And okay, thank you. Any other question, Councilmember Kendall?
Right. So that was a good point that Colin brought up, is the housing by right and inclusionary ordinance. Is there a place in here that maybe we should highlight that we have that? And it really truly has led to a lot of new development in our city mid-cycle, last cycle.
Yeah, there is definitely a place where we can include specifically, we have to describe why didn't housing on prior sites that were identified in the prior inventory were reusing them. All the ones in the down, not all of them, but a good number of them in the downtown were reusing them without changing the zoning. And the requirement is to explain, why do we think they'll be developed now? And I think this speaks to that specific issue, a combination of both by right development plus the availability of density bonus. So I think that we can definitely add that into the methodology discussion at the part where we have to explain why why aren't these undeveloped sites or the sites that haven't been redeveloped, why are they now going to be redeveloped? We can use it for that argument.
And it is
Fantastic.
discussed in the constraints analysis as well. So we used to require a land use permit for housing downtown, and we no longer do. And so that was identified as no longer being a constraint. So it has been called out.
I just think that the idea in this particular analysis that we have to discuss of why haven't old sites been redeveloped before now, and you're not changing the zoning, that will also add to that argument.
Perfect.
Okay, so any more questions before we open up the draft housing element, the redlined version, and begin to go through that? I'm assuming that in the table of contents and those that we're not. So we're coming into the introduction and background. Are there any questions or comments on this, any of those? Okay, and coming into the housing needs summary, 2.1, and I'll slow for a second. So this is really the section 2. I mean, getting any of the sections in there if you have any comments on them. Okay, so not seeing anyone raising their hands, we're now on section 3, units at risk of conversion to market rate.
What page are you want to say what page you're on? 3. Okay, that's 20.
Page
Right.
H17.
Yeah, H17. Great. Thank you.
And then if we're going 20 of 53 on the actual page numbers for the documents. And then on page 21, we would come to section 4, other required housing element components. And not seeing anyone. Section 5 on public participation. And that's 24 of 53. And moving over to the affirmatively furthering fair housing summary, section 6, page 27 of 53. Maybe I should just say, where's the first place that we'll continue through. And thank you to staff for catching the updates from our last meeting and adding those. So moving to section 7 on page 36 of 53, the housing plan and the goals, policies, and program summaries. And section 8, page 39 of 53, quantified objectives. I think we're going to move quickly to appendices here shortly. 9, review of the prior element summary. We didn't have changes last time. 10, the RENA allocation summary and methodology. Councilmember Kwok.
Yeah, I'd love to comment on page H45, that's section 10, which talks about the inclusion of BART parking lots and opportunity sites inventory. And this is a whole new section. It's a big new section that I commented on in our last meeting, which we talked about having sort of a 2-prong approach to the BART parking lots. One prong of that approach was to talk about our efforts to be included in the TOD plan. And I think they've done a good job to beef up and explain our efforts to date. And I think the first part of this is also on why we included 800 some odd units in this as well. And we also talked about last time the appeal process that we made to appeal our number specifically around the BART allocation, it being in a very high fire severity zone and the meetings that were had. And I wonder, although there is some discussion on the methodologies here, I wonder whether the council and staff feel our point can be strengthened by including reference to some of those actual documents at this time in this document, as opposed to coming later in the event that our numbers were rejected. And if possible, let me just share my screen to show the two examples that I was sort of fishing out for myself here. Let me see if I can share my screen. It looks like I can share one document at a time. So this document from July 2021 was signed by our Mayor Candell, and it was part of a package where we made an appeal on our number. And it's a 10-page document, but there's just one section here that sort of summarizes that we talked about the BART parking lots being in a high fire danger. And because of that, we're concerned about the safety of allocating numbers there, specifically 822 units. And we close by saying that the city of Lafayette requests that the 822 units be reduced from the 2,114 units to an adjusted lower number. So that was, I wonder if we could say this, we did a whole appeal. And let me now share the next document. And in response to that appeal, there was a hearing held in September and September 24th, and that 30-minute hearing. During that hearing, this is the staff report that commented on what happened in that hearing, dated October 12th. And in that, at the conclusion of the deliberations, ABAG President Jesse Ariguin, the mayor of Berkeley, noted that he would support the staff recommendation to deny the appeal, in part because Lafayette is required to upzone the BART station by state law, and that BART would mitigate for fire and so forth. But I think that having sort of the paper trail explaining that we appealed the number, that the president of ABAG said, we understand what you're asking about, but you're still going to get your number. And just as a way to explain why our number is in there. And that, having said all that, I totally understand Diana's comments about, well, there's a different department of HCD that's going to measure you on the TOD, whether you're going to do all of those steps. But I think we should still make the case for why we got the number, and the strongest case possible, and potentially reference a couple of these written correspondences which would show why we included it. I think it would just make our case stronger at this juncture at the time, if there was to be at the end of this process any troubles with them accepting our number.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Yeah,
and then Councilmember Candell.
I'm not sure I agree, because number one, the ABAG's president's statement or rationale is nonsense. It's illogical. So I wouldn't even want to go down that road. I'm supposed to harden the BART parking lot against fire. Oh, well. And then even approaching it by raising a reason why we wouldn't develop is not the best way to get HCD to agree to include it. I mean,
I agree.
There may be a tie-in in there. Is the bump we got in December, there should be documentation showing that it was because of our BART parking lot. You
The
don't
bump
think
was
so?
only 400 units. It was not the full 800.
Okay, all right. That's right. It was. You're right.
Yeah, no,
That's
I
right.
don't think this helps. Just my 2 cents. I don't think this helps our argument. I think it actually would potentially confuse the issue of trying to get them to agree to accepting this, the BART site. Here's what we're going to do to make it happen is really I feel the strongest way to convince them of that. That's my 2 cents.
Councilmember Dawson.
So to say, Councilmember Kwok, I see your rationale for that. It makes a lot of good sense to me because it specifically calls out units that we would, think would go in there. It's that fine line though with if we're using this as a positive, we want to count these numbers and it makes the most sense from a sustainability standpoint that that's where these units go. And it's up to BART to make sure that there's mitigations for those fire hazards. Then the thing that I'm trying to figure out is how do we use that, even though Diana, you're saying these numbers are 400 based on BART, per 2923, AB 2923, it is 800 units that we could build up to, and which we should be able to to include. So trying to figure out how to include that rationale is the challenge without jeopardizing that positive, we're going to make this happen type of message. So that's something maybe we could try to figure out, because I do agree that this should be up front. This is something about addressing why we're putting these numbers in here. Because it feels like, as you say, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing in terms of RENA and the ABAG. It's like, we also want to be transparent about how we came up with our numbers. So, and why we're now going forward, despite this being in a fire zone. We're saying, yes, we can make it happen, but we're definitely going to need, in fact, that's probably what should go in too. We're counting on Bart to help us mitigate these. And it's part of the discussion going forward. I don't know if that makes sense, but.
So Councilmember Kwok has suggested an addition, a change, or making our appeal language have a paper trail for that. And Vice Mayor Nduri and Diana feel that it will confuse the issue. I agree about the confusing the issue. I'm not sure, Councilmember Dawson, where you were talking about we need to put in how we got the numbers, and we got the numbers right because those are our allocations.
Oh, no, I mean the 850, how we're allocating the 800 units based on 2923, the max that we can build on there.
It wasn't that number. It was actually only about 400 units. The difference between when there was when BART was included and when it wasn't included is only 400 units. We still would have been stuck with another 400 plus units.
No, I understand that. I'm talking about we're allocating 800 units there because of 2923, because that's the max amount we can go up to based on the 75 DUs.
Okay. And we say that, I think, on page 50 of 53 in the description about why we're putting them there.
No, I don't want to confuse the issue. I'm just saying
Okay.
I would love to figure out how with Councilmember Kwok's rationale of including that transparency also, that we did try to, how we are now including those numbers, basically, because we're on the track to try to pull those out, and now we're putting them in. It's just by not even including it, we're kind of playing the same game, I think, with the non-transparency of how we're coming up with the numbers. But I don't want to confuse the issue anywhere. I'll just.
So Councilmember Kwok, based on initial feedback.
I threw that out there not as a proposal, but as a discussion.
Okay.
So I'm not proposing that we do that per se, but I asked the staff and the council for feedback on what do you think of this idea of documenting it? Because in our last meeting, I thought we had two paths or two simultaneous assignments. And one of them was to talk about why we included this number. And having come out of that meeting and looked a little bit more into the details of correspondence, I saw what I think are, pieces of written public evidence saying that this really was the reasons why we've done this. Now, if I would defer to Diana and staff and others who may know this process better, but I and other council members too. So I don't think it has to be in there, but yeah, my sense is that it could be helpful, but if the consensus is that it's not, then I can live with that.
Okay, Councilmember Kendall, did you have additional comments on that? Or?
No, I have a different comment, but I appreciate the effort.
Yeah,
we all
I
wish
think
that there was something there. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Councilmember Vice Mayor Nduri.
Yeah, while we're still on this topic, my understanding is that our first number, the 1664 or whatever it was, that also took into account that we have a BART station. The adjustment, also took into account, but it's not as if the first number didn't do it. So I think it's more than just 400 that are allocated to the BART system. I mean, it's somewhere between 400 and 800. So that's not relevant now. I wouldn't put anything about that in there. It's just if it ever does become relevant, I want us to think it's more than 400 that we have because of the BART station.
Okay, and do we all agree that it does describe that to the best ability in this section on the methodology?
Yeah, I'm saying
that's what we're talking
don't
about.
need to go into, shouldn't go into that detail. We just need to be aware of that if we need to, in presentation, oral presentation to HCD, that might be something that's relevant.
Okay. And Councilmember Kendall, you had your hand.
So on another note, is that first bullet item on the H46 about proactively upzoning? And while I know that that is something that we think HCD wants, and it's not that I agree or don't agree with it, is that I have been told that by proactively and this is by Colin Elliott, who is a housing consultant who has actually done BART TODs, says that if we actually upzone ourselves, we may be getting ourselves into a whole bunch of financial obligations that I'm very concerned about. Like, so big financial things that we haven't discussed yet. We haven't discussed them yet to understand it. And so I'm very afraid that we don't want to commit to them that we are actually going to proactively upzone. It's going to be upzoned July 1st, 100%. The AB 2923 comes into effect. It will be upzoned regardless of what we do or not. And so, and I think we really, really need to understand the financial implications to our city if we do actually upzone ourselves before we commit to HCD that we are going to upzone it. And so I would prefer if we could make the statement more like the BART parking lots will be upzoned by law on July 1st, 2022 by AB 2923. And that's just the truth. It will be upzoned from blank to blank on July 1st. And that's just a blanket, truth statement. And leave the conversation about whether we're going to actually do that upzoning or let BART keep that and be in charge a separate topic. And I'm only saying this because there were some really red flags that were raised by Colin that I think we really need to hear as a city before we decide to actually upzone it ourselves. The result is the same, in terms of us, but there may be financial implications that we don't understand yet.
I would be really interested to hear what those financial implications are, because that's the first time
I will
I've ever
email
heard of
you. I will email you this entire diatribe that I went,
what we need to do is demonstrate a commitment to upzoning it. It actually, as one of the commitments, is local support, including rezoning plus other municipal code changes. So if we don't, I'm going to be really direct on this. If we don't upzone the BART site, we will not be able to include it as a housing opportunity site. I guarantee you 100%.
We will be actively pursuing upzoning
They
it
will
ourselves.
not accept that. They will not accept that.
Sorry, Carl.
Go ahead.
I will send you this document from Colin, who wrote a TOD and told about the numbers if we upzone ourselves versus what they do. And the financial implications of the city are large. And I think that's not prudent for us to do without looking into it. And I understand your concern here, but it is going to be upzoned, right? And we will upzone it.
It is not being upzoned by the city, and that's the difference. And the city it is a good faith effort made on the basis of the city to demonstrate that it means business when it comes to developing the site. With respect,
we have public support, but we have public support, right?
We would have financial implications also. We already know that. We've got to figure out a way to move ourselves up on the timeline in order to include it in the inventory. Otherwise, if we cannot include the site in the inventory, we will have to find other sites elsewhere.
Oh, I understand that.
Yeah, and I think we've expressed to the council and public that BART is not flush with money to do TOD housing and needs to draw resources from, state and federal and local, particularly with respect to infrastructure and station access, because I think Bart has said, the days of one-to-one replacement parking at a station when they do TOD, those have sailed. And so it behooves the city to bring any and all resources we can to a project when that project is done, and Bart wants to do it with a developer and with the city and the community. So it would be collaborative. I'm not aware of any financial obligations that stem solely from a zoning change, but I look forward to receiving the document and we can look into it further.
So for this evening, what Councilmember Kendall, what I heard you say was removing proactively, but since none of the rest of us have seen this, I would like us to continue looking at the language the way that it has come forward. We're not voting on it tonight. We will be tabling it and coming back on the 27th. But Vice Mayor Andori and Councilmember Dawson, you had your hands up too.
Okay, I would just note that at least in the staff report, it anticipates it's coming back on the consent calendar. I realize that doesn't need to be the case.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But I'd like clarification. This bullet point says that we are going to proactively upzone by the beginning of July 2022. And that's my recollection that when we discussed upzoning 2 months ago, I guess, that's what we had in mind. Is this going to come to the council on the June 27th meeting?
That was, my next question.
Or June
timing.
Whatever, 27th? Yeah.
It could come to you for a discussion, but we don't believe that you could act on the 27th. The environmental review of that is part of the overarching housing element EIR, and the consultant is still preparing the final response to comments, so that the final EIR will not be ready by the end of June, and so that'll push us into July for both the FEIR and formal adoption of AB 2923, or the upzoning that would stem from it.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, then this sentence at a minimum needs to be changed to refer to the beginning of August 2022, and will be upzoning after it's upzoned. Is that correct? It's going to be upzoned on July 1st, and we're going to proactively upzone after it's already upzoned?
Well, the TOD standards that go into effect July 1, whether or not the city acts. However, the city council has directed staff to prepare draft zoning and objective standards that would apply to give some additional degree of control over development that would occur there. So it would not be proactively in the that it would be in advance of July 1 because the environmental document's not complete yet. But it would be the city actually taking action to upzone it and not simply resting on the state TOD standards. So it would still be a demonstration of the city's interest to have the site redeveloped pursuant to that zoning and those objective standards within the next 8 years.
Okay, so just to confirm with Ms. Elrod that if we don't do that, even though it would occur after July 1st, if we don't do it, you're 100% sure we would not be able to include the sites.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dawson, did you still have a question or comment?
Oh, I was just looking at the text in that paragraph on after the bullet points, the initial paragraph, when Bart initially drafted its work plan related, it's basically stating that they didn't include us because of community concerns. And I'm wondering if we really want to lead off this discussion about, yes, we're all in now to do this, especially based on that conversation we're just having, that we're changing upzoning with that sentence. If we might just want to jump into discussions among the general plan and advisory commission, basically start with after that red line area further down, just out of curiosity, thrown out there, or do we really need to provide why we weren't in the work plan in the first place? I don't know, what Diane, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, you're on the next page.
Yeah, I'm after
Okay.
the bullet points on the next paragraph.
Yeah.
There was recognition before that one of the reasons that Lafayette did not score highly enough was because of community opposition. And I think that it would be helpful to acknowledge that, because HCD will want to know what changed, because they know about such things. And if we're trying to create an argument that we are serious about this, then we should be willing to say, we didn't like it before, but we've since changed our mind because it for these reasons. And I think that will actually help us advance the argument that we mean business with this.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Anduri?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's useful transparency.
And maybe perhaps it's adding another sentence before that first sentence that's, emphasizing our support and how we're willing to work towards that goal.
Thanks for that. That might be the right, that would be nice. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there on this section, BART, the methodology section related to BART? Go ahead, Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, so I totally understand what you guys are saying about this thing. I just want, process-wise, there are some positively big negative impacts for us if we upzone ourselves. We may end up owning this process. That's what Colin's fear was. And they may have some real big fiscal impacts on our city we may just not be able to handle. And so is there an argument that can be made that is different than the upzone, but is just as positive towards, wanting us to do this, but saying upzoning may not be feasible for us or may not be prudent as a city, but we support it. But we support these actions in order to aid, development on this site. I'm just wondering if is there any wiggle room, and for us to show our positive support and to get us on their work plan and do everything, but upzoning itself may not be a really good idea for our city. It may be better to keep BART's AB 2923 upzoning, and that's I want to I want us all to be able to look at that very seriously, because Colin's concerns are real. And so process-wise, I'll make sure that you guys all get all these, but I want us to think about if it really isn't a good idea for us to do this, is there another way for us to show as much support as we possibly can, and without actually having to do the upzone and rely on BART's upzoning, because that means they own the process. There's some serious arguments in there. I just want to, hopefully we can think about that as an alternative.
Yeah, I
go ahead, Greg.
I think there is possibly a way to navigate that the TOD standards will go into effect July 1. So in some respects, it doesn't matter whether the city upzones or not. But if we do, I think it's a good faith effort showing that, and that we're interested in having the site redeveloped because we've applied new zoning to it and new objective standards. I think perhaps what would carry more weight is engaging with BART and getting a council direction and a public commitment to working with BART to, I don't know if it's put out an RFP or commit our housing monies that are part of the successor agency to the RDA, but certainly financial commitments to the degree that the city can would I think go far towards convincing BART that the city's serious about it. as separate, factors than upzoning. And so I think based on new information that is forthcoming, I mean, we've not adopted the housing element yet, and we won't have adopted it by the time this information is assessed. So I think that could change, and we can still navigate that with BART and hopefully, convince HCD that the city is committed to this, and it should be considered a true opportunity site.
Perfect.
So, okay. So for the purposes of this evening and moving forward the housing element, I'm hearing that there is a process that, Greg, you're saying we can do. I'm also hearing from Diana that if we don't, proactively and move through this process, that HCD will not approve these by 100%. So what is the recommendation on this language that we have in front of us? It feels like we shouldn't be editing it tonight because we don't have that information, or we move forward with this language and it comes back to us on the 27th and we deal with it at that time. And I guess I also thought that part of the process on the 27th was that the EIR will be coming back, and so that will not be happening. So it sounds like a more fluid process. So for the purposes of tonight, how much more time should we spend on this?
We wouldn't recommend, I apologize. We wouldn't recommend any changes tonight. We've not had an opportunity to assess and make a determination that would result in a recommended change. So we would recommend sticking with the language tonight. We're happy to reconsider that based on new information for the 27th. And correct, the EIR will, we had planned out to have it ready for you for the 27th, but the consultant is still working on the final response to comments, so that'll push into July. It's not a precondition. It needn't be certified prior to initial submission to HCD. So it can easily follow on and not affect the overall schedule.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Anduri, did you have this question or comment?
I did, but I will withdraw it.
Okay. Councilmember Dawson, you had your hand up prior to.
I guess just following up on Councilmember Candel's information, if we can look at that information and if there is anything that is comparable that other cities are doing in terms of upzoning for 29-23, it would be interesting to know that if we could possibly.
And staff will have to bring that back as part of the staff report. Or Mala, do you have, can you provide us guidance on how we do that without having a special meeting or something before June 27th?
In terms of providing the documents from Colin Elliott and what other
Correct.
cities are doing?
Because one council member has it, the rest of us don't, and we have to do that. Yeah.
I would think we would provide it all. I think if Councilmember Kendall can provide it to staff, we would put it in the staff packet for the future meeting. And so everyone, including the public, would have a copy of it as well as the council.
Okay. And so Vice Mayor Anduri.
Yeah, sorry. And I'm assuming that staff will provide an analysis.
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, I was getting ready to say that that'll be part of the staff meeting. So I'm assuming now that, well, if there's something significant in there, that it'll be a discussion item, that it won't be on consent. We will continue to work through the housing element. Okay, so are there any other in the section 10, moving to summary of inventory? And
as we mentioned in the presentation, that table will get fixed to the correct numbers.
Thank you. Okay, so that took us through the red line version of the housing element. So we will go to Appendix A, and for the most part, this is our background and data. Are there any council members who want to raise a concern or have a question about anything in Appendix A? Councilmember Kendall.
On page 39 on table 9, there we go, I'm going to there. Page 39 of the document is table 9. Thank you for fixing all this. All these documents look so much better. I thank you guys literally for this round of changes. My only concern is that the final lines that says total, which is at the end, and it just those aren't totals, and so I was just wondering what those lines are. So on page 39, which is, it didn't have an H number or an A number. It's like A39, it would be, I guess.
So page 39 of 84, and a table that's still very red.
Yeah,
table 9, net housing increase.
Correct.
Okay.
See that line at the end that says total?
Yeah.
Those aren't totals?
It looks like it got copied in the wrong.
Right. Or
it looks like it's in 2012. So thank
Yeah.
you for catching that. We'll fix that.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Anything else in Appendix A? Councilmember Dawson?
It's just a minor typo reference, but on page 22, it's C figure, and then it's in bold, error, reference source not found.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys caught that already, so.
No, on a couple of documents, if we do a search, there are a couple of documents that have the error message reference source. So if staff can just do a global search on those. Thank you, Councilmember Dawson. I had that as well. Anything else on Appendix A? Okay. Moving on to Appendix B, our analysis of constraints, non-governmental and governmental. Councilmember Kendall.
Sorry, page B32, and it was the waiving of the lot merger fees. I guess it's more of a process question. It's like, we haven't voted on that, and so we're saying we're going to do it, but we haven't voted on. Should we say that we are going to consider, or we're moving towards waiving these, or how should that be phrased?
So we've added a program for the implementation of that, and so implicit within adoption of this housing element, that would be implemented as part of our process. So this is the consideration of that program to waive those fees.
Got it. Okay. So we can say that. We can just say, because it's a program, it's done.
It will be done. And again, we want to encourage like actionable programs, right? So trying to move away from we will consider.
Got it.
Thank you. Great question. Vice Mayor Anduri.
Yeah, just I'm following up on that. I'm happy with this, but I'm a little bit concerned because this is implying that when we vote to approve the housing element, we're all agreeing, all 5 council members are agreeing that we will vote to waive these particular fees. And I certainly understand making these items more action items than we'll consider items, but it would be really helpful to me. I feel that I've read these documents, believe it or not, but I can't be sure that I picked up every time we've actually committed to do something. I mean, I'm just trying to emphasize that this isn't just saying it's a program that we'll look at. We're saying the city will waive. And so again, if we vote for this, if we approve this, we're obligated to, well, at least morally obligated, because we're turning this in, to vote for that. I'd like a list of every other place in the document where we, by voting for the housing element, we're actually changing city ordinances, city fees, rather than saying we're going to pursue a program where we are actually doing it.
Sure. So by program, I'm referring to the implementation measures included in Appendix D or G, excuse me. So all of the action items are in that table. And
let me make the distinction again.
Sure.
This says the city will waive lot merger processing fees. We have not voted to do that. Correct?
We have not, but what I'm understanding from staff and looking at Appendix G is that in that there are a number of implementation items that when we vote on, so we want to make sure that in G we know what we're voting on and what those fees and things are going to be. So it seems that they're in the implementation plan, and if we don't think they are, then we should have that specific list you're talking about.
Or if you don't want that included as an action item as part of the housing element, then it should be removed from this appendix as well as the implementation plan.
And we change it to consider and put some timeline on it that is different. But my understanding is once we're voting on this, that we're actually voting on those programs and goals and policies as well, and the implementation of them.
Yeah, but there's a difference. We're talking about, for programs, we have to develop the program. I'm talking about specific actions, a specific action. This is a specific action, waiving lot merger processing fees. It's not developing a program to look at senior housing and how much housing we'll have. It's actually taking a specific action. And I want to make sure that we understand what specific actions we're taking when we vote for this.
I hear that. I think there's a little bit of confusion with the terminology being used, in that the implementation plan has goals, programs, or policies and programs.
Right.
And programs are that implementation action. It's not necessarily that we're creating a new division or like a rental assistance program. It would be the program is the action of waiving fees. Is that confusing?
Yeah, but but again, that's different than a program that we know we're going to have to develop the program and language for the program and vote on that.
There are the thrust of the housing element implementation goals have to be actionable. They have to be, largely speaking, commitments to do things. And some of the areas about which we have to make commitments to do things, and I'll just let me finish this and I'll explain what that actually means, is that we have to say, we think that this is a constraint to the development of housing, and therefore we're going to remove this constraint. The commitment is to remove a constraint. Now, when we actually go through the process, of doing a study and trying to understand all this stuff, then the issue still gets to come up for a vote. It's not, but we've demonstrated again to HCD that we mean that we really are going to change things, that we are going to fix things that are a problem. This is specific to constraints. The constraints that we find, that is one of them. The lot consolidation is an issue because we need to, how can we incentivize lot consolidation to develop housing, because basically what we're left with in the inventory are small lots. So how do we incentivize that? The basic way to do that is two things. One, it's a ministerial action already. And the second way is to eliminate the fees specifically for multifamily. So we make that commitment that we're going to do this. At the same time, we also still can study it. We just have to say when we're going to study it by, and then if we decide, wait, we don't want to do that because we're going to lose a lot of money, we can decide we didn't do that and explain why we didn't do it. That's the most important thing. And with respect to most of the other actionable items like changing zoning stuff are things that are, with the exception of that and a couple like pertaining to parking and the one with heightened setbacks, the vast majority of the actionable items really are things that are either statutorily required, like defining low barrier gap navigation centers and allowing them explicitly in the zoning code, stuff like that, as well as actions that we want to include because of the AFFH findings. So there's sort of, we're making a commitment that we're going to do something about this issue. And it may end up that we to change our minds later, and then we can explain why we did. But HCD is wanting us to come up and say, what is it we're going to do to get rid of all these constraints? Does that help at all?
If you can tell me that HCD can read this sentence as part of its efforts to further incentivize lot consolidation for new housing, the city will waive lot merger processing fees, that we can go back to HCD and say, oh, we told you that we were going to waive them, but we thought about it and decided we're not. If you can tell me that that works, I'm fine.
This is the new world of HCD. I have to tell you, I'm trying to read housing elements from all over the state where they demand to have actionable items. And this is especially around constraints. If it's a constraint, we need to remove it.
Okay,
So,
but again, I just want to be clear, because as a lawyer,
I hear you.
I read this and
I hear you.
It's crystal clear.
I hear you.
That we're going to do this. But if you can tell me that HCD is not going to be concerned if later we decide we don't want to do it, it's not going to be a problem.
I was just going to add to this, Diana, wouldn't, if at a later date, this council or another council decides not to do it, would we not need to consider a potential amendment to the housing element to remove that program? Because we didn't actually do it, or?
I don't think so, no. I mean, unless HCD is going to come up with new requirements that I've never heard of. I mean, this is all new stuff because we've always had, consider this and investigate that. And they don't want that. They want, this is not a commitment to fix housing issues in your community.
Okay. Well, the other side of this too, it's not just HCD, it's also our residents.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if there are items in here, this may not be one of those that residents are invested in, but there may be others. And our residents come back, well, you said, well, you said you were going to do this. It's right there.
Well, if you want to soften it, which we can do, with the proviso that me saying we can soften it means that HCD may reject it, I would say like conduct a best practice review of ways to incentivize lot consolidation beyond what we're already doing. This may include a waiving of fees or other ways to do it, and then we're going to complete this best practices review by thus and such date, and we're going to take it to council by this and such date, and then we're going to make a decision by that and such date, and then that we could do that. I just didn't want to get to the I mean, if we have to, we can get to that level of specificity, but we've got to be specific about something here.
So, and this will be, sorry, Councilmember Dawson, how this fits also is in Appendix G, right? So let's make sure that we see how these dots connect with those timelines. And I appreciate Vice Mayor Andurian and Councilmember Kendall, bringing up the consider, and Diana, I appreciate we have to commit. And so I'd like to see how we can tie it up also in Appendix G, but Councilmember Dawson.
I just want to, following up on that, I'm looking at G, and it does have, responsibility, planning department, completion, ongoing. So it's not specific anyway in terms of, that process. One thing I'm thinking is in the staff report, there's a summary of the goals, policies, and programs summary. And I'm wondering if under those policies, where it's policy H61, facilitate and support the production of new affordable housing units, if we could kind of refer to those things Vice Mayor Andori, that you're referring to, what will council need to act on so that we as council realize like, these are the things that we're voting on. These are the things that we're going to be accepting if we agree to the housing element, if we're voting, you know, for that to go, so that we specifically know those actions will we need to be taking and what policy would have to change. And in this, what are we in section B where that is, can we at least go, we are developing policy to work on waivers for the lot so that it's a action. We are in action of developing those, as opposed to saying we will waive, because it's one way to refer to it, that it's an action item, and then we'll probably hopefully be able to put anyway in G a little more detail to what you were referring to, Diana, in terms of the specific processing fees, if we're going to do that when we get to G.
Okay, so Vice Mayor Anduri, were you looking at that paragraph to wordsmith it, or can we?
No, I was looking back at G, and
yeah.
I've just a general comment. I'll send in a separate email all my nitpicky comments, because I just found one in G that I'd missed before. But in G, it again, it says crystal clear that we're going to waive those fees. So I'm happy keeping it that way. But what I'm going to do before the end of this week is read through it again and try to come up with all the points where we agree to do things. And I'll let staff know if there's anything that I feel uncomfortable with that I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't vote for in the future.
Okay. And we encourage all of us to do that.
No, I would not encourage all of us to do that.
Well, no. I don't mean all of us to each other. Thank you, Mala.
Even to staff.
Okay.
Then we would have a
we have been sending edits. Okay. So
I'm
we have to bring it all back.
The what I will call as or Vice Mayor Anduri mentioned, kind of the
I hear you.
Word here, word there, but the concept of I would never vote for these items. I would not recommend we send that to staff.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and I wouldn't put it that way. The staff, so don't.
But I mean, all of us should go through and look at our edits. Okay. And so we're all, and which we have been encouraged to do, and send them to staff, but don't opine on how you will vote outside
and the I would reiterate, Mayor, not substantive edits. Those should be discussed as part of this public meeting. But I think there are these kind of minor, either typo or add 2 words here to clarify.
We'll consider. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mala. Because we definitely we're so close. So speaking of so close, are there any more items, discussions on parking is the next, and then we jump to the conclusions for Appendix B. Okay.
Appendix C, right?
No, we were just still on B.
Oh, that's right.
We're going to move to C now. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. And so the housing resources and sites inventory, are there any clarifications, any comments from council? It is still recognizing that the table will be changed, the numbers of the buffer. Councilmember Kendall.
So that was interesting about the El Charo site. That is those 2 residentially R10 sites, they're parking lots right now, right? And so if we chose, and we don't do it now, but like I'm saying, if we have to reassess things, if we chose to upzone just those 2, that wouldn't be spot zoning, would it be? Because it's already basically R35. I mean, like it's right next to the existing one, and they're parking lots, and they're like, we could justify changing that if we wanted to.
Correct.
The El Charo lots. Okay, good.
Correct. It's not an island parcel surrounded by other R10 that you would be upzoning to MRA. It's immediately adjacent to the C zone. And just like the council has previously expanded the multifamily by 1 or 2 lots to allow for greater development, but it's all adjacency, so it's not spot zoning.
I mean, because it seems like a site that it's for sale, it's like one of those ones that's like,
It's a prime opportunity site.
It's a prime opportunity site. And that seems like something we could be a little bit proactive with and just choose to do that, in the interest that it is for sale right now. And like, I don't know, just a thought. But we don't have to. We can do it next round or just let it happen naturally.
Okay, any comments on that or questions?
I like that idea, though, in terms of it being a prime opportunity site and really kind of locked and loaded at a zoning that's consistent for that whole lot. It's kind of an attractive thing, and it's a 10-unit difference, I gather, but still, that's 10 units.
So, I mean, are you proposing? You said we could look at this, but we don't need to look at this, and so I guess are we considering making that change? Right now, we're sticking with BART at 75 per acre with 95% yield. The De Silva North, upzoning that, and then all of the other areas we were sticking with what we had decided at the last meeting. And I'm going back to so basically leaving opportunity sites in, but no density increases. Okay. And do we want to consider upzoning the El Charro property, or leave it as staff has it in the report now? In the supplemental staff report that does adjust the numbers on the buffer and the totals.
I guess I'll take Diana's input. She said to go ahead and do that, and that's fine. And then maybe after this 90-day review, we change our mind on the second round. Right.
Okay. Staff, any input? Vice Mayor Anduri?
Yeah, I would just make the point that GPAC, in effect, recommended that be zoned at 35. The Planning Commission, in effect, recommended that be zoned at 35. So I'm not sure why we wouldn't make the change.
Now that we've discovered it, or staff discovered it. So are all the council members by general?
Is it a question of spot zoning or any restrictions of that? No? Okay.
No, and what great, that's what Councilmember Kendall and Greg had clarified.
Yeah,
so what we're doing is asking it to come back, this change to come back at the next meeting on the 27th.
Vice Mayor, now I'm going to counter what I just said, because
we want to have good debate.
I'll do it with myself. GPAC didn't realize that was R10, and maybe if they had realized, because of that, and I'm not sure exactly which lots are directly behind the Charro lot, maybe they wouldn't have done it. Maybe they agreed. Well, they assumed it was zoned at 35, and therefore there's nothing really they could do about it. So I guess I take it back. You can't assume that was the action GPAC would have taken if they'd had all the information, and the same with the Planning Commission. Because I'm just a little hesitant about taking an action, on the spot without thinking about it more.
Well, and looking at the transition areas on the back of that property.
Right.
I recommend leaving it the way it is right now at the split lot, and then we can, during the 90-day review period, we can bring it back and have a better discussion about it.
Right.
Because it doesn't
Sounds great.
materially change the outcome. We go
Right.
from, we lose 10 units or so.
Okay. So anything else on, thank you, Diana, and colleagues for the discussion about it. So anything else in the in Appendix C? Any other? Okay. Not seeing any hands raised. We will move to Appendix D, which I think is, now my computer Does anyone have any on Appendix D? my computer is going slowly, but okay, not seeing anyone. And anyone on Appendix F, other than great public outreach and participation in the housing element update? Are there any? Okay, and thank you again to staff in GPAC. And then moving to the housing element implementation plan. And we want to look at, as we come back to the meeting on the 27th, to making sure that the specificity around any policy decisions that we're going to be making, any changes in fees that Vice Mayor Anduri had brought up earlier. Any other questions or comments on the implementation plan? Okay. Councilmember Dawson.
I just want to ask again if this is a good place to note specifically where policy is changing. I mean, this is just a I guess a presentation type of question, because as I read this, here's the program, so it's assumptive that our policy is changing. It's assumptive that we will have that vote, which is fine. But in terms of calling out specifically what policy needs to change and voting on it, it's not described here nor anywhere else. It's just kind of in context of the different appendices. So I don't know, in terms of other past housing elements, how that was handled by councils. But, me looking at this as I'm thinking, okay, just by assuming this, that we vote on this all together, it's saying, okay, all the policy was in, and anything that needs to change with an existing policy or new policy is just assumed, but not specifically spelled out, documented to say this is what we're changing, this is what we're adopting. And
So,
it would be the place to do that.
Renata, it looked like you had a
Thank
comment.
you. So actually any policy change that's identified in the appendices is captured in Appendix G, because this is the format in which we can most clearly communicate to HCD. Here are the tangible actions, the concrete actions we'll be taking with deadlines to demonstrate it. So that fee waiver language was in Appendix B, but it's also captured in Appendix G here in the implementation plan. So that's been the case throughout, as we've tried to draw it out and make it as clear as possible to outline what specifically will be changing. But we can.
Okay. I see that, but I'm just saying specifically, like for instance, that example of waiving processing fees. If I look at that line 6.1E, it's just strictly waive processing fees. Other than that, it's not saying, this is a new policy or this is a new, that to kind of, what's the word? Kind of spotlight focus. This is new policy. This is something that I'm just saying it's just in context of this paragraph, it doesn't call it out specifically.
Okay.
That might sound very rudimentary, but I think to Vice Mayor Andori's point, these things are embedded, but they're not necessarily spotlighted. Just anybody have any comment on that, or?
Well, I have a comment. Maybe is that for our benefit as council members, or is it for HCD's benefit?
I think for our benefit as well as residents, to show what is new, what are we doing here, and HCD. I mean, talk about the details, not necessarily detailed, but at least it's showing as I referred to what staff already did in the summary of policies, you can see the listing just in the staff that there's a lot of policy involved here.
What we can do is add a column here and say, is this a new policy, a modified policy, or an ongoing or repeated policy?
That would be great, because that simply enough is, I guess, what would be helpful.
So we're bringing over what was in the review of the previous plan. I mean, it would.
Yeah, there will be some things, yes, from the previous plan, and then a lot of these are new.
Some that are new
or modified.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Diana.
Thanks. Thank you, Councilmember Dawson and Diana. Anyone else have anything in this? Vice Mayor Andori?
Okay, so earlier in the meeting, we discussed whether we should point out that we have housing by right downtown. But then if you look at page G2, program 2.1.B, new mixed use developments, what we're saying there is that we've lost commercial space due to residential development, requiring ground floor commercial space provide some degree of replacement space. The city will conduct a study of potential impacts of requiring ground floor commercial as part of a downtown residential development on project feasibility, local economic development, overall land use planning. This program will need to be coordinated with the land use element, which sets land use districts for the city. So what I'm reading this as saying we're reconsidering the housing by right, and we're going to be looking at that, and we might be changing our ordinances to take away the housing by right. Am I misreading that?
No, but to clarify, it's not reconsidering housing by right everywhere from ground to sky. That's not the case in current conditions. It's housing by right, ground to sky, all floors in the ends of town, but not the core. The core still requires commercial ground floor, and we've found the elimination of viable commercial and at the ends, and so it behooves us, because while there are requirements, very extensive and stringent requirements around housing and housing elements and housing production in RENA, there's no commensurate requirements around jobs. But communities do need to have a balance between housing and jobs and services that serve the residents, so that they needn't travel greater distances to go find those goods and services outside of the community. So good planning calls for us to look at that and maybe make a change, but it would be a discrete and small change, not taking using a scalpel to carve out space for commercial as opposed to a blunt instrument. So I don't think HCD is going to take significant issue with our actually considering that on the ground floor at the ends. The study would bear it out further. If it makes a project significantly infeasible to do that, there would need to be some commensurate changes in our zoning or density permissibility to offset that. But just the space allocation, I don't think HCD is going to bulk at that.
Okay, but what this is saying is that we're going to look at changing housing by right, at least so far as it relates to the first floor of buildings outside of the core.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on Appendix G, our implementation plan? I'm looking again. And the staff report supplement, we went over how that's going to fit into the housing element update, related to finding about El Charro. So are there any other what we're doing. We did our public hearing. We've been providing feedback to staff and asking excellent questions. Are we ready to continue this to the June 27th meeting? And I'll ask staff if you have enough clarity on the items that we want to have considered. Councilmember Candell will provide the late breaking news related to potential financial implications, and staff will bring back that analysis, and then other sort of, I think, sort of more small edits here and there. Staff, are you good? I see nodding. Consultant, are you, Diana, are you good? It's staff in those three boxes, but consultant and staff. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you to the public for the continued participation, and we will have this item again as a discussion item, not a consent item, at our June 27th meeting. And we will go
Was there a
on.
motion?
Oh, thank you. We need a motion to the table it to the 27th. Thank you.
So moved.
Vice Mayor Anduri has moved the item.
Second.
Councilmember Candell, we have a second. I will conduct the roll call vote. Councilmember Candell?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri? And I'm an aye. And so we have moved that item. And thank you for making sure that I don't miss important meeting elements. We will now move on to the budget item. We're very close to our 10-minute break. Do we want to, as people are coming, I mean, our 5-minute break or every 2 hours, do that as we're getting set up for our budget discussion. And so set your timer for 5 minutes and we'll be back. Thank you.
You are tuned in to the City of Lafayette's council meeting. The council is in a brief recess and will return shortly. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're beginning to come back, and welcome, Tracy. Good to see your face. Glad we worked out the technical. Okay, so take it away, Tracy, with our budget.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, you have before you the fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget and work plan. I have a very short PowerPoint, which I would like to share my screen. I think that it will summarize some of the takeaways of the budget, and then it'll speak briefly about what your decision points tonight need to be. So let's see. Share my screen and go to. Okay, everybody see the slideshow?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So first thing I want to say is that this budget addresses in many ways the 4 goals that the council set for themselves this year. They are very ambitious goals. That is the wildfire prevention and preparedness, improving pedestrian and traffic safety and multimodal mobility, creating the downtown and Mount Diablo corridor specific plan, and developing a fiscal sustainability plan. So what I will tell you about this budget, that what it does include is it does include full year funding for all of the positions that you recently authorized, the new positions that you authorized, and it does include the cost for additional office space, which will be necessary if we hire additional people. So those things are in the budget. And I think there is, as you saw in the manager's memo, more detail into specifically the budget items that support each of these goals. I think what's also important to understand about this budget is this is basically, almost counting, sort of the 3rd year of the pandemic budget. We are still recovering our revenue from the pandemic. And we're doing very well, but we're not back where we need to be. Although we still, as always, continue to be very careful with our spending. So as of the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, we're actually going to be at an 86% reserve. That's due primarily to programs that were, this is timing. So it's some of these programs you'll see will be pushed to the next fiscal year, which you see again, we're still able to maintain the 70%. We're at 70%, whereas the general reserve standard is 60%. So these two numbers show that for this current year and for the next fiscal year, the city does remain in very good and robust financial health. I put this table together just to show a little bit of where we are in terms of the revenue trends. Fiscal year 19 here. This is the full fiscal, this is the first, this is the sort of the base year. This was a non-pandemic year. 2021, 22, and 23, these are all, you know, recovery years or in the midst of the pandemic, and now we're recovering. As I told you, we are recovering faster than we had originally expected, although we are behind. If we had been, just for example, gaining 3% a year on these revenues increasing, we'd be at 13%, for example, and you can see that we're lagging in some of the areas. Sales tax, as we expected. Let's see. Transient occupancy tax, while it's coming back, is still down from its high, and to a certain extent, fees for service. So while we're doing better, we have not fully recovered because we've lost ground that we haven't made up. I did want to point out that last year we did have two categories of what I'm calling special revenue. $3.1 million of ARPA money was the first tranche that was allocated. All of that money is as of today, allocated. Not all of that money is spent. So some of the money that is unspent has carried over into this fiscal year. The second tranche is coming, and we expect to receive that in July. In this particular budget, I recognize that the money is coming in, but it is also immediately reserved into a sinking fund. So there really is no impact on the budget as of right now, because none of those funds have been allocated. And we'll talk a little bit about how the council may choose to use the second tranche of those funds going forward. But the budget as you see it now really has shows no impact from that second tranche. The second special revenue is the Powell's Colorado settlement money, which was $2.25 million. And all of that money has been allocated in this fiscal year, the 22-23 fiscal year, and it has been allocated all to Vision Zero capital projects and the safety improvements around schools, some of which you heard of earlier this evening. One thing that we look at in terms of finding out, not only is it important that we have, you know, that we maintain our reserve standard this year, I want to look forward 5 years, because that's also very important that we can sustain that. Well, we're putting in place many programs that will continue year over year. And so we want to see, when we look at the total sources, the total uses, we see here in the red, which I had alluded to, is that we are running in a deficit position for the next 4 years after this one. And a lot of that can be really primarily attributed to the new staff and the new cost of office space. But as you know, and we talked about extensively, the goals that the council put forward and the programs already in place really cannot continue at their current pace unless we did have that staff. So council did recognize that the staff was important. I told you in January that this was going to be the case, and in fact it was. So what we see here at the bottom is that we're still going to be able to maintain our 60% roughly for the next 3 years, but it is steadily decreasing, and it decreases at an increasing rate, so to speak. So these numbers in red are the areas of some concern. Let's see. Now, one of the mitigations that I have recommended is the ARPA funds that were allocated to the city in the first tranche, was $880,000. If we spread those funds over the next 4 years, you can see that it somewhat decreases those deficits, and it basically extends by 1 year at least our ability to meet our 60% reserve. However, you can see that we still have a deficit for these 4 years and ongoing, although I didn't go past the 5 years, this would continue. So this in red right here adds up to $2.2 million. These deficits alone for these 4 years. So in addition to what is currently in the budget, for which we are running a deficit, there are a number of unfunded requests that have come in. There is additional detail in your budget books about each of these unfunded requests. This is somewhat unusual. It's probably the most that I have seen in a number of years. I believe that there are some of these that need to be approved soon. I believe that some of these could be perhaps put off for more discussion in later meetings, because I think that some of these may be a little bit more complicated. We can go through these. I'm going to need to have some decisions on these particular unfunded requests. You can choose not to do anything tonight, and I'll just go through that. There's a number of decision points, but I just did want to call your attention to the fact that all of these requests add up to about $1 million. So when you have the 4 years of deficit spending plus $1 million, it adds up to approximately $3 million, which is what we are going to be expecting from the next ARPA tranche. So just to reiterate the challenges and opportunities that we're seeing, the ongoing structural deficits are due primarily to the staff that are necessary to deliver on council's goals and priorities. One thing that is not in this budget really is the effect of increased inflation. I think just like anybody else, I don't have a crystal ball. When I used very, I would say optimistic, I was probably optimistic in this budget. I sort of kept the 3-4% inflators in the budget. We're currently at 8%. So if that inflation really does remain for a number of years, the effect is going to be that we'll just have to reduce the number of projects that we do, because our money just would not go as far. So that's an unknown out there. That's something that actually could increase that deficit over the years. So we would have to cut back probably in the CIP for sure, because those are the kinds of things that are very expensive now. So I wanted to make you aware of that. Again, over and over, we see that the core area maintenance and the stormwater pollution continue to run deficits that are being funded by the general fund. Those deficits together about $500,000 a year. And it's true the ARPA money could fund all of the requests and cover the shortfall for the next several years. However, it is one-time money that we would be using to cover for ongoing expenses. So that really is sort of a short-term fix. So tonight, there's a few things that I want to guide you to do. This base budget that you've presented, you can approve the base budget. We need some form of a budget approved by the beginning of the fiscal year, which is July 1st. You can decide which request should be funded immediately and which request can wait until a later date, and potentially which request will not be funded at all. We can go back to that page and I can give you my recommendations of things that I think should probably be funded immediately and which things you could wait on and discuss further. You should direct staff on the use of that $880,000 that's already been allocated from the first tranche of the ARPA funds. You should discuss and direct the ARPA subcommittee as to how much of that second tranche of ARPA funds should be reserved to bridge the budget shortfalls in the next several years, because that committee will start meeting again soon regarding that second tranche. And one thing that you should also do is possibly for the next meeting on 6/27 is agendize the appointment of council members to a financial sustainability subcommittee so that we can start very soon looking at how we solve this problem ongoing. So that is the end of my report. And I'm going to stop sharing right now, but let me know if you need me to go back to any particular slide or if you have any questions.
Vice Mayor Endry.
Tracy, thank you very much. That was a great report. I just have a couple clarifying questions and clarifying for me. On page 1, the last paragraph starts out saying, although the surplus of 1.8 million in fiscal year 22-23, and then it goes on. Is it correct that what that is referring to is excess cash over the 60% reserve at the end of 22-23, not a technical budget surplus?
That's correct.
Okay,
so yes, I'm sorry. Yes, that is correct. That's 1.8 over the 60% reserve.
Thank you.
Right, you could see that on the reserve standard page. Yes.
Yep. Okay, and again, just to make sure everyone is clear on this, the second tranche, the 3.18, basically does not figure in this at all.
It is. No. It's not in here. I mean, I recognize it. You'll see it on the revenue page, but I immediately then restrict it out into the sinking fund so that it's basically a net zero.
Great. Then on page 9, I appreciate you putting together and showing how these fit within the council goals. I have a question on, well, under number 1, I think well, it says provide funding for annual fire prevention, weed abatement, and tree maintenance on parklands and public property. Where is that in the budget? And is there an increase for next year over this year? I'm just trying to get a sense of how much money do we allocate as a city to annual fire prevention, weed abatement, and tree maintenance?
So I am looking, let's see, so I can get you specific numbers. Let's see, there would be like, I think there is, for example, road and drain maintenance on 310 because there's tree and brush maintenance, weed control. So those aren't necessarily increased, but I think it's a matter of using those funds specifically where we feel like we have potential that we would need to clear as opposed to just general. I think it's a matter of just directing the funds that we usually put in.
Okay, let me just ask, the 34,000 that we spent on clearing the dead trees off the city property on El Nido Ranch Road, did that come
That would
out
be out of this fiscal year's budget.
right, but it was out of one of these pots that you're
Yes.
referring to? Okay. And then finally, under number 2, the second check, allocate 950,000 from Palos, Colorado settlement towards Vision Zero related expenses in the CIP. Is that a separate sinking fund for Vision Zero related projects?
Well, no, we had sort of two funds. We had 500,000 for quick, and
Right.
then 1.75.
Right, and that was initially going for new salaries.
Right, but as you recall, when Director of Public Works and Engineering, Mike Moran, brought forward his programs, sort of all of that money, in order to fund that program, those programs, we had to use all of that Vision Zero money.
Right.
So all of that Palos money had to go. If we wanted to be able to do those projects, that's the only funding that we had.
Okay, I understand 1.3 million goes for the quick fixes at the schools. And then the remaining 925,000.
Yes.
We'd originally had another, we were going to use that on Moraga Road and.
Right, so I did ask him specifically about that, and that's actually outlined a bit on page 5, which says, in addition to the 1.3 million for school safety, the street maintenance projects include 950,000 for Vision Zero related expenses, such as roundabout configuration changes, dedicated bike paths, lane reconfiguration, as well as landscaping and irrigation changes related to safety improvements.
Right. So then my question is that in a sinking fund?
I took it out. I took it out and gave it so that we could fund the CIP.
Okay, so though each of these items. Okay.
There's no money left in the Palos, Colorado's money in the sinking fund.
Okay, I guess what I'm getting at is that some of these were not in the CIP that we approved, not specifically there. And if, for example, a dedicated bike path comes along.
Well, they were included, and I don't see, unfortunately, I don't think that Mike is on the call. But the projects that he brought forward in the CIP, some of those projects included these items. They weren't specifically called out in the design, but they were included in those pathway projects and the projects that he brought forth. So they're not called out as specific projects, but they are additional things that need to be done as part of the projects that were proposed and approved.
Great, thank you very much.
And actually, yeah, I don't see Mike. Does that make sense? Does that clear it up? I mean.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, any other budget questions? Councilmember Kendall?
Yeah, so the La Marinja Village proposal, which is like super cool. I'm trying to understand is the 142,000 total, is that one time? Is that forever? Or we're just contracting out? So right now we have one part-time senior services person.
We actually we don't have somebody right now, actually. We had somebody and she retired.
Right.
So that position is not filled, but I have allocated $100,000 sort of to the senior services program. So there's two ways you could go. If you want to go with the La Miranda Village, we give that 100,000 plus an additional 42 that's not budgeted. Or if you decide that you don't want to go with the La Miranda Village model, we would then just hire somebody to provide services like we
and
used
the La
to.
Miranda and the La Miranda Village will cover, because I love the table of what we city did, La Miranda Village did, what we did together. I'm assuming that the new one, La Miranda Village, is going to cover all of those, and that's what they're charging the 142,000.
Yeah. So I will tell you, I know Jonathan's on the call. I will tell you that, and Council Member Anduri was involved, and he's one of the senior services liaisons. I would say that is maybe I think that's an issue that should be discussed probably more at length so that everybody understands it. So that may or may not be something. I don't believe that time is of the essence. You don't necessarily need to do it tonight. You could agendize that for a special, and I would potentially recommend that you do that, given that it's late and there's no time pressure, that for you all to really understand what you will be getting for that money, you might want to have a more in-depth conversation.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Yeah, I would just point out that Councilmember Kwok is also a liaison on senior services. And I guess I know we're asking questions now, but I'll just, following up on that, say that I hope Jonathan can come in during the discussion period and let us know just in terms of timing.
Yeah.
If that would be fine to agendize it prior.
Yeah, Jonathan's here and he can.
Right, thank you.
And we can do that after. Thank you. Any other clarifying questions or questions of staff before we go? Tracy, as always, and Jennifer, your team, thank you very much for putting this together and doing it in a way that, breaks down all the elements and the challenges, and of course to you, City Manager Srivatsa, on the staff report. So if there aren't additional clarifying questions, we can open it up to public comment. And Suzanne, would you please invite members of the public to provide comment on this item?
Certainly. If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raised hand feature in Zoom now.
There we go.
The first speaker is Robert Lavoie, followed by Susie Pack.
And yeah, there we go. Welcome back, Mr. Lavoie.
Hello again.
Welcome back.
I just had a quick question. One, it sounds like the deficit is pretty much caused by new staff to support new projects and new office space. And what I was wondering is if rather than use the ARPA money, which is a great windfall and could be used for some major projects that we couldn't otherwise afford, if we could maybe have staff that are interested and willing work remotely so that you could share some desk space and then not require that additional office space. So you're able to get the staff that you need, but you save that extra rent, and then can use the ARPA money for some real one-time projects that'll have lasting value. So if you could maybe talk about that and share, how much rent we'd be paying for these extra staff, just to give us an idea what we're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, we'll cover questions after we do our public comment. Thank you.
The next speaker is Susie Pack. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. There are currently no other hands raised after Susie. Actually, the next speaker will be Dawn Jenkins.
Welcome, Ms. Pack.
Hi, thanks for taking my comment. So I just wanted to share a little bit. I've lived in Lafayette for 20 years, and I've been a volunteer with Landlord Village for the last couple of years, probably started right around the pandemic. For those in the community who might not know, Landlord Village, it's a network of members that are 55 and over. And our purpose is to provide support and connections through different programs and services, and really to help provide community for seniors to help them remain independent in their homes as they get older. I know that the 2020 census revealed that 19% of Lafayette residents are 65 years and older, and it seems like that number continues to grow. Not only are we living longer, but we are here in Lafayette, and we remain a very active community. So over the years, Landlord Village has provided a lot of activities. We saw a lot of that go online during the pandemic, but also in person. And I want our community to know that it doesn't just benefit our residents, it benefits our community at large. We have different classes, talks, get-togethers, socials. We also provide service provider referrals to our members. We've helped hold vaccine clinics, flu shot clinics. We provided grocery shopping, over 2,000, I think, different events, and we still do that to this day for seniors in our community. We provide rides to different medical appointments, home repair, and also a lot of other things. We've got a large core of volunteers that expanded greatly during the pandemic. It was actually one of the silver linings. But it's really helped expand our community's awareness of our existence. And also our community has been tremendous in the response. Part of what we do at Landlord Village is we also work with a lot of volunteers, both individuals like myself, but also organizations who are interested in supporting this growing segment of our community in big and small ways. We work with the Rotary, we work with Boys Team Charity, we work with LOPC, National Charity League, the Chamber, the Lafayette Library, and also Landlord Village members themselves volunteer. And some of our initial plans to work with the City of Lafayette, which you'll see in the proposal that Jonathan submitted, include things like flu shot clinics, fire safety workshops, fall prevention classes, one-on-one technology tutorial, and a host of other things. We will partner with the very active Senior Services Commission to help implement needs and opportunities that they help identify to really make our city an age-friendly community for all ages. If you decide to move forward and approve the proposed $142,000 line item in the city's budget for senior services, we at the Village look forward to taking the investment that the City of Lafayette has made in its senior services and to do our part to increase the depth and breadth of our support. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? No, thank you for coming on and providing that update.
The next speaker is Dawn Jenkins. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now, as currently there are no other hands raised.
Welcome, Mr. Jenkins.
Okay, I am now part of the group.
You are. We can hear you and see you. Welcome.
Thank you. I really can't add very much that what Susie Pack has said. She has certainly summarized very nicely. What I can say is a member of the Senior Service Commission for the last 5 years, and frankly, becoming involved with the whole senior program as I worked with the Lafayette Community Foundation, and we had our special age programs and so forth in the summer. And also just the fact that I'm aging myself and have lived here for 50 years. I see how this community has an ability to find people within its residents that are problem solvers. And it has been wonderful to work with so many wonderful volunteers who are very intelligent and very capable of seeing the problem and finding solutions. And so I think the fact that, 3 years ago, just before COVID, the city council approved the Senior Service Commission to be an ARP-friendly, age-friendly city. And we have continued to take steps along that line to make Lafayette a more age-friendly city. My belief is, having worked with the village for the last, well, actually from the initial time when Ruth McCacken had the idea of creating the village, to see how it has blossomed over this period and how we see the potential for so much more. As she pointed out, 19% of our population is over age 65. Unfortunately, fortunately, we are here and are sitting in our homes because we can't afford to sell them. And there's no other place to go anyhow. It could be as wonderful as Lafayette. And so this is a way of solving the problem, collectively working together. And as a senior, I can say, helping people find a purpose, whether it's volunteering for city council or whether it's volunteering in our community, really does give new meaning and purpose as I age, and I look for ways of saying, how can I bring the other people who say, I'm not ready yet? And I tell everybody who says they're not ready yet, that just means they think they're not ready for service, but they are ready for volunteering and for helping. That's why I'm here.
Thank you. You do have 26 more seconds, but are there any?
I'll cede that to you.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Mr. Jenkins, Don, for coming and sharing that and for the work that you do.
Mayor, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, then we will bring it back to the council. And I know that Vice Mayor, I see Jonathan Katayanagi here. I see Mike Moran, and I know that Vice Mayor Anduri had asked questions about the La Miranda Village. Jonathan, do you have something to add to the public speakers and the staff report?
Let's see, the Vice Mayor, I believe, Councilmember Kendall talked about timing. Timing is important twofold for the city and for the commission. We've held the position open for a year now. So to have a decision whether we're moving forward with a coordinator or moving forward with the village will really help staff move this area of the department forward. And the other is for the age-friendly action plan. The commission's been working very hard on the 8 domain tables, and this decision really changes how the city would work with the village as a stakeholder in that plan. It will really shape what that plan looks like moving forward. One of the big things that the village is going to bring to the table, and some of the additional costs, centers around that volunteer hub. The village, as many of you saw during the pandemic, really stepped up and had the ability to organize the volunteers and point them in the direction of the services that the seniors needed. And as we move forward with the age-friendly action plan, there are a lot of programs that will need that type of support. So whether it's through partnering with other organizations in the community or whether it's built into this plan moving forward with the village, that's the type of support that the commission may need to look at as they move forward the items in that age-friendly action plan.
Okay. Any questions of the speaker, of Jonathan? Commissioner Dawson?
I just have a question. Being La Miranda Village and having half the members right now of the other cities, has the commission looked at partnering or at least getting some monies from those cities to help contribute to this?
So we haven't reached out regarding this specific partnership. We have for the La Miranda Spirit Fan. They used to be partners, funding partners in that effort, but we haven't received funding from either Moraga or Orinda in quite some time. I believe Moraga stopped funding around the time of the sinkhole And we still make an annual presentation to both Orinda and Moraga to ask for that support. The program benefits from being a regional program. We obtain a lot of our grant funding because of being a regional program. But if you look at our membership right now, just in our regular senior service membership, 50% of our membership is La Miranda. So we're really benefiting from being a regional program. We're really fighting isolation and trying to create programs that vibrant programs for our seniors. And because we have that La Miranda support, we have a very vibrant senior center at the community center and our programs that we run throughout the community.
I think it's fantastic. With this basically allocation to the program, if more members come on, which we would hope, would that exponentially then increase their necessary budget increase? Or
so it's really sort of built into, so it doesn't impact the overall cost. There will be more funds that come in to the city as a result. It's a relatively small amount. We keep it very affordable with our $15 annual membership. But we will find ourselves in a place where we will need to right size the programming, and there will be growing pains in hiring a new coordinator. But the proposal is really written as initially as a 1 year. I know there's a talk of giving them 2 years to get everything launched if we come into this program, for them to show us really what they can offer for the city. And I've seen a lot of excitement on both sides about this opportunity for the village to show us what they can do with the programming as well.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Thanks. Any other? And I think you just touched on it there. It's really quickly, but that the current Senior Services Commission is, would you be able to say they are supportive of this moving forward with the pilot? I know we heard from one member, and I think you just touched on it, that there's excitement on both sides, but I wanted to just clarify that.
Yeah, they did vote to recommend. So the 4 voting members, there were 3 that are part of both boards that recused themselves, but the 4 voting members voted unanimously to forward the recommendation with my report this evening. So it does have the full support of the voting members.
Thank you. I just, wanted to clarify that. Councilmember Kendall.
It's not on this topic, so.
Oh, okay. So Councilmember Kwok.
Okay, just to clarify and close out this topic then, Jonathan, would it be fair to say that for the budget ask of $142,000, that $100,000 is already in the budget and $42,000 is the incremental being asked for on Tracy's list of 10 items that equal to $1 million of unfunded requests? So, so if we approve the budget as is, there's 100,000 in, but that's not quite enough to do the program, which is 142,000. So our approval implicitly is approving one line item from Tracy's slide, asking for $42,000 incremental. Is that what we're voting on today?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Kendall, I'm going to ask a process quick, but go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, so with the group, and I don't know where your question was going, do we want to go to the, and Tracy, you had mentioned you would help guide us in that direction. Do we want to have Tracy pull up her slide and go through those lists of the information, her recommendations for what we need to do, and start in that order? And I know that'll be partly the unfunded, directing or getting discussion on ARPA. So Tracy, if you could pull that, I see General nodding, if you could pull that slide up of your recommendations.
And so my question was, among the public comment when Rob Avoy suggested staff working.
Oh yeah, we wanted to answer that question. Thank
that
you.
was my question. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Tracy,
so you want me to answer that question about okay, so just to put into perspective, a majority of the unfunded amount is actually staff. About $135,000 of that is the extra office space. So I just wanted to talk, so it would certainly help potentially, but it's not going to relieve, I would say, the bulk of that deficit. So just to be clear, and Narup can chime in here. I think that we did consider whether or not we could go to, you know, some people working full remote and the sharing of office space. I think we came to the conclusion that it's what we did during the pandemic. We certainly did work remotely. There's no question about that. But I believe that there are some things that were lost in that process that were not as efficient as they could be, certainly. And some of those things aren't necessarily quantifiable. But I think we all felt it. So if that's something that you want us to look at in more detail, we'd have to go and we'd have to talk to the staff about that, because that's something that I think would significantly affect their work life. We're asking them now to sort of squeeze in, have some people work potentially at home. That could cause some potential problems with employees if some are working at home all the time and some don't have the opportunity to work at home at all. We're certainly willing to look at it if that's a direction. My gut tells me that I think that it might over time cause problems. But I don't know if Narup, if you want to chime in or if you have any particular feelings about it.
I agree with Tracy. We're learning our way out of the pandemic right now. We're still in transition mode, but I see more and more people coming to work every day. And then I think it may cause some challenges for those who, if we try to separate between those who work remotely and those who work in the office, it will require more thought and a discussion with our employees.
I mean, the problem is that some people, you just can't work fully remote, right? So you'd be in a situation where you have to share space. Engineers have to be in the office. Because they need to go in and out of the field. There may be times like in the winter time where they have more time to be at home, but you're not talking certain days of the week where they know that they can be sharing an office. So I think it might be problematic.
Okay, and going back, it was 130,000 of the.
It's about 135 right now. Obviously that increases. We're still negotiating with the landlord. So I don't have an exact number. That's my best guess, given what I know of the market rates.
Okay, so thank you, Councilmember Kendall, for reminding us to come back to that question. So Tracy, I think that first what I'd like to see is the list of recommendations you want us to get through.
All right, so Mala has some issues with how it's been agendized, so we might need to do this in 2 steps. So normally what we have done in the past is we bring the budget to you. You talk about modifications that you may want to do, right? And those would go to the unfunded request. So you will say, yes, we want to fund this or whatever. So then at the next meeting, I'll come back with a resolution that has those budget adjustments, and you will approve that. So basically tonight you're giving me direction as to what's potentially going to come back at the next meeting. So the one thing, again, that's which request should be funded immediately, so that we come back, the resolution will include those adjustments to this budget. Similarly, the directing the staff on the use of the 880,000, that would just be a budget adjustment for this year. You can give me a strategy, but the budget adjustment would just be whatever we're going to release for this year. I think the real issue is we need to specifically call out the recommendation regarding the directing the ARPA subcommittee, because what we're talking about is using that money over potentially several years. And this item was specifically related to this budget this year, right?
Okay.
So we will bring back to you, you can talk about it, you can give direction, but the actual, when you actually make your recommendation and motions and whatnot will be at the next meeting. What you might want to talk about, for example, at this meeting, is if you say, yes, we want to fund, let's say you use some of the requests, you may want to use some of that ARPA, the next tranche for that, you know, just straight off the top. So that's an option. Does that, I can't see you, Mala, but.
Yeah, Tracy, you described it perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. So is that clear what we're sort of asking tonight? If there's any changes you want to the base budget that you just heard me talk about, and then which ones you want to fund, I think those two things, and then how you want to pay for those, and then we'll bring the whole package back to you for approval with the resolution.
Okay, and then I think very easily, I was going to say it. I mean, we've talked about this with the city manager on June 27th, agendizing the coming back with the appointment of council members to a financial sustainability subcommittee. So by general nodding, do I need a motion to do that?
No.
Normally we don't. So we would bring that back and staff would have, you know, a basic layout of what that would look like and what the charge for that appointment of council members would be. And that's in alignment with our priority number 4. So if there's general nodding of the head, we will do that on the 27th. And then does anybody have comments on the base budget items and everything that was laid out in the staff report? And I'm not seeing that now, so we'll go to the unfunded.
Mayor Geiger, I do have.
Yeah, I couldn't.
I may not be on your screen.
Yeah.
On the base budget, I just want a clarifying question. Fund 12, page 113 of the budget. I just want to make clear the base budget is what, well, 113 is what's being suggested for Fund 12. There's no change to that.
Oh, you know what? Is Jonathan still here? I think after I sent the budget out for print and put it in, there was a change. I think it was included in the packet that the Parks and Rec Committee wanted to make some changes. So yes, there are some changes, I believe, that were suggested to that budget, which I could include just whatever it is that they want to put in there as a budget. Normally, and Jonathan, if you're still here, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, we put this in, this is somewhat aspirational, but they don't actually start on any of these projects until they come back for more specific approval on the projects and the timelines and the budgets. So
Tracy, I'm here, and that is correct. The commission did have the opportunity to review the proposed budget and had the recommendation that we include that change, the adjustments regarding the Lee Creekside project based on the two-park proposal. And it is, as Tracy said, aspirational and based on the way the fees will roll in, and any of the projects would come to council for approval. There have been years where we've been able to complete more projects, and other years where we've had to hold back on projects just because the funding hasn't become available. And this wouldn't be any different.
I guess
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I guess my question is, we're at the beginning of the process with Lee Creekside Park and the 2-park proposal. And the original item is allocating $35,000 to study it. Why wouldn't we move forward with that study? And then if there's a suggestion, it can come back to the council and we would approve it or not approve it at that time.
Yes, and that was staff's recommendation, and the way it is presented in the base budget this evening. The commission discussed it at their meeting and felt that because there was a fair amount of environmental work already done for Lee, and they had expressed a preference in moving forward with that project quickly, they felt that they wanted that number included. I made sure they were aware that we could come back after that initial work is done at any point if the funds were available and put in a budget request, or come back at the mid-year. So those options are still available as well.
Okay, but just to clarify, whether we go with what's on page 113 or we could go with what the supplement, it really doesn't impact whether or not we move forward with that project.
It would not. We could still come back with a request after that initial work was done. If we had the funds available and the project was ready within the budget year, we'd still be able to come back to you with that request.
Okay, well, even if the cost were less than $335,000, you still need to come back.
Yes.
So I guess what I would suggest, I'm in favor of approving the base. Well, I guess what you're looking for now is whether anyone has an issue with the base budget. Right. And I don't, assuming that 113 stays the same.
Okay. So any other questions? And if council members who, I can't see any other council members.
This is Councilmember Kwok.
Go ahead.
I just have either a question and a little bit of a comment. I also I have reviewed the base budget, and I did have a call with Tracy to answer questions and so forth. But I guess one thing I want to clarify in today's presentation is that the base budget does show a deficit spending of 1 point something million. But I think you also commented that the current year's budget had a swing to a plus $3 million surplus, right? So, and that are there some timing issues there that you can explain, and that in fact, are we spending a deficit?
Yeah, the timing issues I think are spelled out in the manager's budget, in the manager's memo. I tried to sort of have you understand where those are. So yes. So we actually, you'll see in if you look at the 5-year model, we have a positive this year and a negative of almost the same amount next year. So that's pretty much mostly a timing issue. So, and there's some, I gotta say it gets a little complicated. There's ARPA money in there, right? We programmed all of the ARPA money, we didn't spend it. So that swung over to the next year. So that causes some of the deficit. So if you're interested, and I could walk you through it in a little bit more detail, but just those two numbers, the positive we have at the end of this fiscal year and the negative that we have next fiscal year, they sort of balance each other.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on the base budget? And if, as we go forward, you have additional comments. So Tracy, can we go look at the unfunded requests? Thank you.
Right. So I don't know if you want me to give you my recommendations, or you want to go through one by one.
I don't know what the will of the council is, but I think I would like to hear your recommendations. But Vice Mayor Anduri, you want to go one by one?
Starting at the top and going down and hearing Tracy's recommendations as we hit each one would be great.
Yeah.
Okay. So
anyway, yeah.
And I believe Jonathan's still here because Buckeye. So the $200,000 for Buckeye patio, I think we have talked to the engineering director. We've talked to Jonathan. This project actually was in the budget right prior to the pandemic, and it's becoming a safety issue. We dropped it because during the pandemic, one, we wanted to save money, and two, really the field was not being used regularly. But I think it needs to be done. I don't think that putting it off, it's not going to get better. It's not like it can be really repaired. I think we've done everything we can. So I think it's an investment that we probably need to make, and we need to just go ahead and do it so that the engineering department can program it into their CIP to make sure there's someone. So I don't know if you have anything to add, Jonathan.
No, I think that you're absolutely right. Staff has been working to chase the safety issue. We make minor adjustments throughout the year and inspect it on a very regular basis. But this really is we've had the geotech work done, and as you know, there's a lot of water runoff at Buckeye Fields, and this will involve some new drainage and different compaction for that site that will help to stop the concrete from moving so much.
So my recommendation is that you go ahead and just program that this year. I guess similarly, the pre-engineering for the School Street project, I know that Councilmember Anduri had brought this up at a prior council meeting. I think it really goes along with what we're doing for safety. It's one of the safety projects for the school. So I would want that to be programmed into the CIP this year. I believe that Mike had it on his CIP, but he didn't have funding for it. So I would say that we probably need to do that sooner rather than later. The next two regarding the HVAC and the roof, I'm sort of considering these two together because at this point, we need to spend money to find out how much money we need to spend. So we need to spec it. So number one, there's no question that the HVAC and the roof need to be upgraded and fixed. So that's not something that can be put off for very long. So there is money in a sinking fund right now. Can't remember off the top of my head, but it's a couple of $100,000. And what I could suggest is that we use some of the money that's currently in the sinking fund to fund the design and figure out actually how much we're going to spend. And then once we know how much it's going to be, we can use the rest of the sinking fund plus maybe appropriate some of the money, some ARPA money, some additional ARPA money to get that whole thing done. So basically we could do that with a zero additional cost to the general fund at this time. That would be my recommendation.
Okay.
The $100,000 for the parking lot repavement, there's several, oh, sorry.
Well, I'm just wondering, can we discuss each one of these so we aren't going back and forth?
Oh, okay.
I mean, Mayor Gehring, I defer to you, but I thought.
No, I actually, because nobody stopped, I actually had a question or wanted to make a comment on the pre-engineering for School Street. I agree. But we can go back up to Buckeye Patio and
so do you want to do ayes, and do you want to take motions or take a consensus on each of these as you go through?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, great.
Mayor, can you extend the meeting, please?
Do I have a motion to extend the meeting? Vice Mayor Anduri.
I move we extend the meeting until midnight.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second by Councilmember Kendall. I think I heard first. So we'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. We have extended to midnight. Thank you, City Manager Srivatsa. So yeah, let's have discussion. Excuse me, and get consensus before we do a motion.
I'm sorry. One other thing. Do we have to open a new item before 11?
No, those. City Manager Srivatsa, do you want to confirm?
Yes, City Clerk Robbins reminds us that you cannot consider any new items past midnight.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, So City Manager Servatza and City Clerk Robbins will remind us to get there before, because I do want us to get through the appointments as well. So, and our consent items that we had pulled. So Councilmember Dawson, you had a question?
Starting off with Buckeye Patio.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask, I don't know if Mike's on the line still, but this is on the 5-year plan, the CIP plan. Yeah. It was on the first year. So is this?
Yeah, it's on the plan, but we hadn't identified any.
Where it was coming from?
We didn't have any money for it. And we verified, I think that it might have been, Mike may have thought that the park funds could pay for it, but the park fees cannot pay for maintenance. So no. So that's why
yeah. Okay. It was a placeholder.
It was so that he had room in his schedule so that he could put some engineers on it, but didn't have the money to actually do the project. I'm assuming the 200,000 was what we thought it would cost, 3 years ago.
Oh.
So I'm hoping we can get it done for that.
Okay. Any other questions on that? And then same thing with the School Street project. It was on the CIP, but for the design, but doesn't have pre-engineering, but didn't have a signed fund source. And I agree with supporting Tracy's recommendation on that, and also the CIP recommendation, both for the safety, but also Narup or Mike, can you confirm that this actually helps us to be prepared for being shovel ready and having the project closer to be ready if we get any of the grants that are currently going through at least the federal process?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on the School Street project? And I can see all of you now, by the way. So if you nod your head no or shake whichever. Okay, and then moving to the community center HVAC roof design and roof install. I think Tracy's idea, and as it's noted in the staff city manager's report, using those funds to do the design. And then we've been putting the money in the sinking fund. And it looked like, Tracy, that gap would be 45,000. So it would basically be, as Tracy said, a zero sum this year, and we'll know more what it needs to be out of that fund. So general nodding of heads. Vice Mayor Anduri?
Yeah, I guess I'm happy with that. I note that we had allocated 270,000 from ARPA funds. And the idea there was that we wanted that to move as quickly as possible because we wanted to have more space available for childcare. I thought that was important to do. And I still think that's important to do. This sort of bleeds into the discussion of what the ARPA subcommittee should or shouldn't do. But I would favor, and maybe it doesn't make any difference that we do this or not, but favor going ahead, just signal that we're moving ahead with the everything related to the community center. And perhaps we make a further, I think Tracy mentioned this, but make a further allocation from the ARPA funds to make sure that gets done as quickly as possible.
Okay. Is there general agreement on that? Councilmember Dawson?
I just want to clarify, Vice Mayor Anduri, so the 270 that was set aside, you're thinking making it 370, an additional 100K from ARPA?
Well, I think we need to figure out exactly how much more is needed, because I'm seeing if it's 45, we need 45 more for the design, and 170, then that's $215,000. Now, the ARPA subcommittee will be meeting later this week.
Okay.
If we can get an update as to how much more we think is necessary to complete everything that needs to be done at the community center, then we can talk about an allocation.
Outside of the 880, that's not
correct.
That we're going to talk. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we're trying, based on Vice Mayor Anduri, we're trying to actually move forward with this in this year. So it's 170. And where's the other number?
Can I make
Okay.
a suggestion?
Thanks,
Is that
Tracy.
we take the $200,000 out of the sinking
370.
fund to do the design, because then we find out how much it's going to cost. And then if we don't have enough or we need extra, that the council then allocates whatever is necessary to complete the project this year. And that's one of the reasons that I'm recommending that we don't allocate the ARPA funds until we have a lot of this and until we know what we want to spend the money on.
Okay.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, moving on to the parking lots at the community.
Right. So
center,
there's
Buckeye.
there's a three large, again, it's recreation sort of related. So there's the parking lot at Buckeye Fields, there's the parking lot at the community center, there's the parking lot at the community park. I don't know if Mike's here. There's those really need to probably over time again, we probably should have been putting money away for these kind of things, but he thought that repaving those over the next 5 years would cost maybe something on the order of $500,000. I'm not sure if that's something you need to do right away. But we do like to put the money away so that when I, come to you in 5 years and I'm like, hey, I need $500,000, it's not such a shock. So there's, an option. You could put all $500,000 into a singing fund this year if you wanted to use some of your ARPA money to do that.
Okay. So for right now, the decision is, and so that could come back after the ARPA committee meets.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe you could put, we need a little bit more detail on this one. And maybe we can talk about it again at the mid-year budget once we've got some of the other more pressing items taken care of.
Is everybody okay with that? I see nodding, yes.
Yeah, I would almost recommend that the CAP group incorporates that somehow, looking into that.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea. The CPAC needs to have that in there.
Yeah.
So let me talk a little bit more with the Public Works Director about how that we can do.
He is still here, but
but I think we probably want to talk in more.
Yeah, I was going to say offline. Yeah. Okay, so the Economic Development Manager contract.
Yeah, so as you know, Thomas has been working for us, basically heading up the projects, the ARPA projects, and making sure that those happen and that they're rolling. So his contract technically runs out at the end of June, but we're not done with some of the projects that we had allocated from the first tranche. So we would like to retain him for at least another 6 months. So I would like to be able to, I think that's something you probably need to approve. Otherwise, we don't have any money after June 30th.
So I support that.
Okay. Councilmember Clark.
I have a question. If is the 6 month time period related to tranche 1, or does it assume that the tranche 2 funds would also need to be managed? Like, for instance, what if we do not dispense with any of the tranche 2 funding, but and so it's only tranche 1 that needs to manage? Would that still be a 6 month contract, or would it be?
Yes, because some of those projects are carrying over. We're paying for the projects, but we need to pay somebody to manage. Yes.
Would it be a full-time work for all 6 months?
No, it's not full-time now. It's 30 hours a week.
Okay. So
And
just in summary, is this approval dollar amount at all related to the tranche 2, what we decide to do with it? Will it
well,
vary?
you'll have to pay for it out of tranche 2, as will most of these things that you're approving right now. But there needs to be someone who can. So there are some projects that just are not yet finished. We have the downtown marketing project. We have the outdoor dining project. We're still running the gift card program. We still are looking and making sure that people get referred to small business counseling and marketing. And somebody needs to sort of manage all of that.
Yeah, Thomas plays a big role in our small business recovery, especially with transition with the Chamber of Commerce, working with them, and the businesses in town. With Jay Lifson leaving, Thomas is filling a good hole there with our business community, or transition role, I should say.
Okay. So I support that. Yeah, I support that. I have questions about timing on all of that, but I didn't pull the consent item, so I know it's ongoing. So, okay. So any other comments on the Economic Development Manager contract? Looks like we have consensus to move forward. Okay. La Miranda Village. And so this is the portion, well, Tracy, go ahead.
Yeah, we've already talked about this a little bit, so I don't know if you're ready to move forward or if you would like to. I think we were going to ask Jonathan if there was any kind of urgency.
And I thought go ahead, Vice Mayor Anduri.
Yeah, I think he did indicate that he would like to move ahead. I have a question for the city attorney. This is a budgeting session. So we will be allocating money, which I would favor doing. But do we need to have a separate motion to enter into the contract with La Miranda Village? Does it need to come back on the next agenda for direction to city staff to negotiate that contract?
I will defer to the city manager. Sometimes things that are in the budget don't come back to the council for approval if they were approved in the budget, and sometimes they do. So I don't know if this one, given the nature of it, would just get negotiated and approved by the city manager.
I think Councilmember Dawson has a hand raised.
Yeah, just a quick question about the 40. Even though the 42 is incremental to the 100K that's already budgeted, it's for this year. Jonathan mentioned it's like not to say a pilot, but it's a 1 year, and then we'll look into the next year, and the next year would be at 142 approximately. I mean, we're setting up now
right, Vice Mayor Anduri.
Well, first point, the Senior Services Commission discussed, and I think it's here, that I'd like to see a 2-year pilot.
A 2-year.
Because of the timing of getting the programs up and running. A 1-year program is not going to be able to, it's not going to give La Miranda Village a chance to show what it can do. And so at least from my perspective, I would rather go into it with a 2-year pilot, and then we can make a decision at that point whether we continue or whether we revert to what we had before with this city staff person. But in terms of additional funding, the 100,000 is baked into both 22-23 and 23-24, I believe. Correct, Tracy?
Yes.
Okay.
And to answer the Vice Mayor's question, we need an agreement with La Miranda Village. Who gets to sign that? It's really council's decision. If you have any stipulations like a 2-year pilot program and direct me to negotiate, I'd be happy to do so. But I'd like to know what those provisions are.
And maybe, Nirup, if we're getting into that level of detail, we would just bring that back. I think traditionally the type of contracts that don't require that attention get executed more ministerially.
So Councilmember Kwok.
Well, as one of the liaisons to the Senior Services Commission, and having watched the process and the discussion happen and to read through and see the due diligence done and see them come to a unanimous vote on this issue, and also to hear and thank the members who spoke tonight to share a little bit more of the color of what we're trying to do, which is to provide more services to our seniors, and to hopefully, by partnering with a nonprofit, that 1 + 1 = more than 2, right? And to try to do more for our seniors by partnering. So I would like to support adding, although it is $42,000 more, and we're looking more for a 2-year type of commitment. I do think they've thought about this quite a bit, and that this is a chance for us to service that 25% of our community and really have them gain some more momentum and engagement, especially during this COVID period when people are quite isolated. So I think it's money well spent, and it's been thoughtfully planned, and we've asked a gazillion questions, which you've seen in the response, which they've been very responsive of. And so I feel like there's been a lot of due diligence, and I'm excited about this, and I would suggest, if we're comfortable, to go ahead and pass it tonight so Jonathan can move forward.
So passing, Vice Mayor Nduri, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, I think there's a lot of upside to doing this. And so I agree we should move forward. One thing I want to say is that we have a very strong Senior Services Commission in Lafayette. Their role does not change with this. In fact, they are both policy advisors to the council as to how we should provide services to seniors, and they have recommended that we go forward with this. But they are also responsible for developing the age-friendly 8 domains. And this all fits together because as the Senior Services Commission develops the 8 domains, those 8 domains are going to have programs. Those programs will need volunteers, and partnering with Loma Village in this way is going to make it much easier to get volunteers for those projects. So I think this really would be a good step forward.
And I am also supportive of moving forward, and want to clarify that we can approve this in the budget, but it sounds like we need the contract to come back to the next council meeting, because since we're working on a time sensitive, unless council is comfortable saying that we want a 2-year pilot program and directing the city manager to go forward. So
sounds good.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, so Mala, is that a good interpretation? And
yes,
we'll go forth and negotiate. Okay, thank you. And now we will move to Public Art Committee Liaison Increased Hours.
Yeah, so we have a Public Art Committee, Jenny Rosen, it's the liaison. We pay her. I think she works roughly 6 hours a week.
It says 8.
De minimis amount.
Oh.
And the Public Art Committee is actually becoming more active. There's more development. There's more things to oversee there. So they have just asked to increase her time by about 2 hours a week. So this is sort of, she's just a temporary employee, non-benefited. So all in cost would be about $6,000 extra.
Okay.
I mean, I would recommend that.
Just I'll throw in, knowing she already works more hours than what she's paid for. So I think this is very justifiable. I mean, kind of don't think twice about it. Yes, this would be a good thing to do.
Okay, and my only thinking twice about this is that all of our commissions are, doing a lot of work. And I get this is de minimis and all of that, but just as we're going forward, also how we're doing our review of our commissions and our training as liaisons. So I'm supportive of this. My first reading of this and also being on the finance committee was definitely a need here, but how do we balance it with the other staff time and other positions? So happy to support the majority.
Yeah,
Vice Mayor Andori.
As the other liaison to the Public Art Committee, I think this would be a very good investment. So I support it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would just say I
Yeah.
support it. I understand your concern, Mayor Geringer, but almost all of the other commissions have paid staff that have
Right, that are fully with benefits.
and we and this doesn't, and they're really active.
Yeah.
So I think that's sort of a difference.
Okay.
Okay, so yes, $5,000 for ETF Library of Things. And, to be honest, maybe Councilmember Kwok could explain exactly what this is.
Sure. The ETF is the Environmental Task Force.
Right.
And I think the concept of a library of things is like a library of books or of record, things you borrow from your library or books. But there are other things that the community could borrow and benefit and learn from, such as an induction cooktop or an electric blower, which they may not purchase if they've never tried it before, and there's no place to go try it. So what if the cities could have a couple of them around and loan them out and let people try it so that they could learn about these new types of things that the Environmental Task Force would prioritize. And so I think they're just, since our volunteer committees are sort of zero budget based, they're just asking for a little bit of petty cash, I think. I don't think they're going to spend all 5,000, but maybe they need a couple hundred this year and so forth to, and in the years ahead, to acquire some of the things that could be educational tools for the community. And so I think that's what the budget is for.
And what, Vice Mayor Andori?
Just to embroider a little bit, this would be handled through the Contra Costa library system, which does have the library of things. So we would be providing these items, which then we lent out to members of the community. And at the Earth Day Festival, the ETF booth had an induction cooktop and electric blower to demonstrate, and it was very popular, people coming by and trying them out. So that's where this came from. The original proposal was for 10,000, and then we decided to reduce that to 5,000 for now. So I think it's worth going forward on this.
Any other comments on that? And thank you. My next question was that it's through the Contra Costa County Library and other communities, and this is sounding nitpicky, but other communities contribute to those for the city, or is there a county, and probably I should know the answer to this, but is there a Contra Costa County Library budget that also contributes to the Library of Things?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. So at 5,000, and the clarification that it had been dropped from 10, thank you. So everybody okay with that? Okay. And then last but not least on this, Gold Coast.
Yeah, so you'll see in your packet a request from the Gold Coast Chamber Players.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tough one. Again, it's not a lot of money to the city necessarily. I think what the council needs to consider is certainly a precedent. There are other arts organizations within the city as well. So there's Town Hall Theater, there's, arts. It's really up to you, but I don't have a recommendation on this one.
So we have, Councilmember Kendall.
I did look at the Lafayette Community Foundation grants, And they are receiving a grant from the Lafayette Community Foundation this year. Just to say.
Yeah, and I guess is it one, or Vice Mayor Untitled, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just, this one is a very painful one because they are an extraordinarily good
amazing
cultural organization. We are very fortunate that they are based in Lafayette. But what distinguishes this one from the other items is that the others are government services that we're funding. And I think that we do need to think about the precedent that's set. If we were to add this to our ongoing budgeting, that really it would be difficult then. Well, we would have a number of other requests and it would be difficult to make distinctions. Even though, again, I hope everybody I think everybody in the community understands how good this organization is. This is a world-class organization and it's in Lafayette. So it's hard to say this, but I think the funding should come from the community foundation, if anywhere.
And I happen to agree with you. And yes, this is really, really hard, but it's the precedent. And Mala, I was often thinking, is this almost a gift of public funds? I don't know if we're even allowed to do this, but yeah.
I can just say that we did, I know it was I think it was 2011, did make a contribution to the Gold Coast Chamber Players, because at that point we had some funds that we were using on a one-off basis each year to support organizations. I think that's disappeared from the council budget, but we did at one point, I think it was used to buy the piano that the organization uses.
Okay. So Councilmember Dawson.
I was just going to support what my colleagues have said. I think Vice Mayor Andori and I, when we were considering the ARPA solicitations, it was very much along the same lines to be careful of precedents and to keep it in mind with at that point with ARPA funds impacted, nonprofits in particular groups. So I think the precedent is an important thing to consider. That being said, I encourage everybody to go out and go to the concerts and support who we can.
And I, for all the same reasons and all the same sort of real admiration for the program, agree that it's a different use of funds. So it looks like we made it all the way through the unfunded requests. And then I'm going to look at Mala or Tracy. Do we want a motion here, or how are we handling that?
I do have, you don't need a motion because you've given me direction.
Right. And
but what I do want to clarify is that how you're funding all of these things that you just said yes to.
Right. So we're coming to the next item, which is potentially,
so if you're going to potentially be using some of the second tranche of the ARPA funds for that, which is really the only place you have, when you look at the long term, that's where you have money.
And so providing input, I see Vice Mayor Anduri.
I don't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Well, we do have 880,000 from the first tranche.
Right.
And it's my understanding, when we discussed it back in February, we were going to use 200,000 per year, and that was going to make up the deficit in the stormwater and the downtown.
Makes up about half of the deficit between stormwater and core area.
Right, exactly. So I don't know if that was on your list of things to consider, what to do with that 880,000. I assume you are looking to either confirm what we'd said before or to apply it some other way.
Yes.
Okay, what
Yes.
is your recommendation?
So my recommendation was to use those funds as we talked about, which was putting them over the 4 years to help defray those expenses. Because I think, you know, we know that there's a deficit there. I would recommend that you, you know, spend some of that ARPA money on these items that need to be, that you've just approved, because there really is no additional, you just go further into quote unquote debt to pay for those items. There's no, you know, even though, I mean, again, I just want to clarify, even though this year looks good at 70%, right? You think, oh, I have $1.8 million. I could just spend some of that money on those things. Yes, you could do that, but that just puts you in a hole, a bigger hole in further years, right? So you're going to have to plug that hole somewhere. So I understand that it's difficult to sort of let go of this one-time money with the ARPA. But if these are things I think that you feel are necessary and we have this money, then we need to spend the money on these things.
Vice Mayor Andrew.
Okay, and I don't, Councilmember Dawson and I have not had a chance to discuss this. We have we're hoping to have an ARPA subcommittee meeting later this week. So now I want to bring in, I think it was the next item, directing the ARPA subcommittee as to what to do with the second tranche. My only reluctance about specific direction at this point is that I think the ARPA subcommittee needs to think about what the original intent of the ARPA funds was and whether there are any needs that we need to meet with the second tranche. And again, we'll have this discussion. I don't think we would need, certainly not the entire tranche. In fact, I can see at least 2 million of that second tranche going into the general city funds the way the 880,000 did in the last tranche. But I guess the only thing I wouldn't want to happen tonight is a direction that the entire second tranche go into the general fund or into a sinking fund, because there are some items that relate to pandemic recovery, economic recovery, that we might want to specifically make a recommendation to the council about.
I agree. And I think, Tracy, you mentioned before, the unfunded total is about $1 million. Is that correct? The
unfunded is about, yes, it's $1 million. But
in our deficit.
But the deficit in addition is about, and for the next 4 years is 2 million. So I just want to be clear about the numbers.
Yep.
Right.
But the air conditioning, 175,000, you're taking that out. What does that be minused out of the million? Because we approved the 200,000 air conditioned design.
That 270 was out of the first tranche. Oh, the 200 would come out, yes, of the tranche, yes, of the second tranche. There's going to be money that we need for the air conditioning and the HVAC. I'm not taking any money out of that tranche right now. I was going to take it out of the sinking fund and then we would see what the delta would be. But that money would come out of the second tranche.
Councilmember Kwok.
Yeah, just to clarify, you mentioned, our choices are either to take it out of the 880 first tranche or the second tranche, but isn't a third option to take it out of our general fund and then more quickly deplete our reserve?
That's always an option.
So we have three options, and I would say this, just stepping back a few steps to look at overall what's happening today, and my gut reactions to the list of 10 things that we saw and the things we've approved today, like the tool design. I mean, a lot of things we've was like the list of 10 things was fixing the community hall air conditioning, it's paving the roads, it's our ballpark is cracking. You know, everything is a maintenance issue from our city, which really is just ongoing operations. And so, you know, it's a gift that we've had some money falling into our lap in terms of one-time funds, but I do think it's something that we ultimately have to decide, you know, this is what it takes to run a city. And we could use these funds and we could allocate ARPA, but the money has to come from somewhere. If we could defer it, but it's going to cost us more later, or there's going to be safety issues. So I think we've done the right thing to approve at least a big chunk of that list to get going sooner. But then it's really just a question of, do you want to use one-time money, or do you want to dip into our reserves? And then we'll have to figure out a way to replenish our reserves even more quickly than year 3, 4, and 5. It might be by year 2 if we dip into our reserves. So I think it's just like one of those squeezing the balloon, and it's just going to the left or the right. But I would say, that's what it feels like to me. And so that last suggestion of finding a way to sustainably raise some recurring revenue for ourselves to pay for the maintenance that we have to do as a city, including more staffing, is just the path to getting ourselves to be a sustainable city.
Agreed on many levels. In the short term, or in this budget, you know, process that we're going through right now, do you have enough information in terms of moving forward with the ARPA recommendations, Tracy, coming to the committee and coming back to us with how much we either use from the ARPA for these deficits, but also needs that we're identifying and priorities in the community? And then making that decision on how much we want to just take it from the general fund and do the reserves, moving forward on our reserves. So I guess I'm trying to get us.
Yeah, well, I mean,
we're going to start looking at a revenue. We're going to look at this.
There's more than one way to do it, as Councilmember Kwok. So I was just ruminating. Certainly, my gut, because that's my job, is it makes me queasy to go into the reserve right now, even farther, where we know we have a deficit, to make that deficit larger. Just as my job as a finance manager, that would not be my first choice, and I can advise you on that. However, what we could do, potentially, we could take that $880,000, and instead of spreading it across 4 years, you could just put it for these particular one-time things that we that you have just approved. And most of those things are one-time things. There's a 2-year, project, and some of the smaller items. So I could potentially get behind that. The numbers are going to be the same at the end of the day. It's just going to push that deficit for the stormwater. It's just you're not going to defray. So the numbers won't really change, but it does give you some breathing room on how to decide to spend that ARPA money. And I think that the ARPA committee has enough information. I want to give them an opportunity to really look at that. But we need to be able to make some decisions, some longer term decisions about spending that money, because we do have a deadline on that. Mm-hmm. We have to decide how to spend it and then actually spend it. Right. So we might need to start pre-spending. We need to spend some money in the early years to make sure we don't have money left over that we have to give back. So my suggestion, and maybe it's a compromise, is to take the 880 and just dump it all in this year and fund these one-time things with this one-time money, and then take a more comprehensive look with the second tranche. We'll keep it intact until the committee has a real chance to look at it holistically. Does that sound fair?
I like that idea. And I would say that was what I was about to suggest, so that you use the 880 today, because the 880 was going to be used for operating costs of sweeping our drains anyways.
Yeah.
But sweeping our drains 3 years from now versus fixing, hazardous areas, it's the same to me. We need to use the money. We need the cash today. So I would take the cash from 3 or 4 years from now, use it today, pay down the 880. And as Vice Mayor Nduri mentioned on the 3.1, on this next one, if you have some items that you feel need to be allocated to fulfill the spirit of that, then tell us what that is. But keep in mind that we could use a chunk of the remainder to spread it out to help our reserve, and know that the city has that need as well, right?
The only item on there, though, that I think should come out of ARPA would be the economic development manager, because that's absolutely related to ARPA.
Yeah.
Can that come out of the first 880, or do you think it needs to come out?
No, I think it needs to come out of the second tranche. I mean, we could do it either way, but I think it's related to ARPA. The 880, let me just remind you why we even have the 880. It's because we lost revenue, right? That's money that we, if we hadn't had a pandemic, that we would have had to pay for these things that we're now seeing, right? So I feel like that money, my finance hat can in good conscience spend the money on those things. But something that's related specifically to the pandemic, to ARPA, I feel like that needs to come out of additional ARPA money. Maybe I'm just justifying it in my head, but that's why we have the 880. We lost that revenue.
Right.
Yeah.
We lost more than that. We lost millions, technically.
And that's the piece to remember as we go forward into the second tranche decision, which I know the ARPA committee has that as well, that yes, there are pandemic related for potentially folks, businesses, people in the community, but also us as a city, our budget has that as well.
I'm glad you remember that, Teresa. I'm getting tired, but you're absolutely right. We lost, by my calculation, several $1 million. So to your point, Councilmember Kwok, absolutely. If, absent a pandemic, we would have had the revenue to pay for these things ongoing. Part of the reason that we're in trouble right now is we just didn't have the money. So,
Right. So I think we have a plan. I think thank you for everybody staying engaged through this. And without bringing it back up, I think we got through base budget, unfunded, ARPA direction. We agreed we're bringing back the committee, the fiscal sustainability committee discussion at the meeting on the June 27th. And there's one more thing that's jumping out of my head.
And we've got everything. You won't approve the base budget until you don't have to do that tonight. And the changes will be in that budget. We decided on the request that'll be in that budget. We talked about the 880. You gave me direction on that. Discuss and direct the ARPA subcommittee. That can potentially come back at the next meeting. I know the ARPA subcommittee is going to have a meeting between now and then. So we can agendize it so that the whole committee can or the whole council can talk about it.
Yeah.
And the financial sustainability. So we got direction on everything. You actually I'm not asking you to approve anything tonight. I'll come back to you on the 27th.
Thank you. And thank you very much. Thank you, Mala, for the guidance on how we get through this. Thank you, Tracy and Jennifer and Narup. And the Finance Committee, Vice Mayor Nduri and I, looking through that. Vice Mayor Nduri, you had a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a random observation. I think our discussion of the unfunded items, or actually the items that are on the unfunded list, illustrate the first principle of public works, which is the more you build, the more you have to maintain.
Yeah. Yes, this is true. Okay.
If
So-
we're done with this item, Mayor, we do need a motion to continue the public hearing to the June 27th meeting, I believe.
Okay. Do I have a motion
So moved.
and a second?
Second.
Okay, and Councilmember Dawson, and moved by Vice Mayor Anduri. Councilmember Candell.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And so we have moved that to the next meeting. And thank you, Tracy, for bringing up the budget at the end of a lot of items on our agenda tonight. I know it's hard to do. So the next thing that we will go to are items on the that we had pulled from the consent calendar. And so I had item 6B, and Councilmember Candell, you pulled that. And if you want to update.
Yes, and
us.
so
Yeah.
yes, so my concern was over the last election where we had Senator Alex Padilla on a 4-year term or 6-year term and then a 2-year term, and I wanted clarification. So I asked Amala and Joanne and Narup about. Okay, we've got these 2 different positions, 2 for the 4-year and 1 for the 2-year, but the same person can't apply on both. And that was the clarification. And no, by law, you can only apply to one or the other. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much on that. And then, so should we do the motion on that, or can we do them both at the same time, Mala, after we talk about?
Your pleasure, Mayor. You can do them both if you prefer.
Okay, so we'll get Vice Mayor Anduri. We now will go to item 6F, and then we will vote on them both as part of the consent calendar.
And then you can take public comment on them both.
Oh, yes, thank you. And there are members of the public who have hung out with us. Vice Mayor Anduri, you wanted to pull one of the items, I think Senator Allen's bill from.
Yeah, SB 1482. I just wanted clarification on this because does it apply to multifamily residences that receive any public funding? My concern is, well, we're taking the position that we'll support if it's amended to say that it exclude multifamily units developed with homelessness mitigation dollars. And I guess my thought is that, and part of the rationale is that people who live in those developments are not going to have electric vehicles. That may be true now, but that's not going to be true 20 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And as stated here, it's going to cost more to convert at that point. I think we need to plan for a world where everybody's going to be driving electric vehicles. And so I'm not sure why we would want to exclude any housing from this requirement. I understand that it makes it more difficult, more expensive initially to build,
housing.
But in the long term, it seems like it's a better investment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Casey Elliott is here and he can explain it further.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yeah, 1482 requires amendment to the state building code. So ultimately it will apply to essentially the elements within the state building code. So it would apply to different types of multifamily housing. I think the nuance with this position was particularly with the homeless, the amendment requesting it not to apply to housing made with homeless state funding in particular, is that's largely types of housing that is not going to be requiring the bulk of the people utilizing that housing will not have any vehicle of any sort. So the additional cost benefit for that specific type of housing wouldn't be realized because the bulk of the people occupying that type of housing won't have vehicles of any sort, let alone electric vehicles.
Okay, because the housing that's being built is 100% for homeless.
Correct. Yeah, that's the requested amendment. So yeah, so if that amendment were taken, then the city's position would essentially be supporting of the bill because that particular type of building would be taken out.
Okay.
Okay. Does that answer the
Yeah.
question?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So before we vote, we will go to public comment on the two items, 6B and 6F, that were originally on our consent calendar. So Suzanne, will you?
Certainly. If any members of the public would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. I do not see any hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So do I have a motion to approve the two items from the consent calendar?
So moved.
And do I have a second?
A second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. I will conduct the roll call vote. Councilmember Kendall?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And so we have approved the remaining items that were removed from the consent calendar. With the, I want to make sure that we get the two, I of course want to hear the city manager's update, and I want to hear what my colleagues have to say, but I would really like to get the appointments done. So if it's with the agreement of the, do I need a motion to change it, or just nodding of the head, Mala, to change the order of the last of C11? We're moving to 11, but I want to do item C and D first, and then come back to A and B.
That's fine, Mayor, to go ahead with that.
Thank you. So we will turn it over to Councilmember Kwok and Vice Mayor Anduri for 11C, appointing members to the Creeks Committee.
Very good. We will be having 3 vacancies coming up on July 1st on the Creeks Committee. And we're delighted that 2 members of that committee have decided to reapply to serve us again for another 4 years. And so after meeting with them again and reassuring and hearing their enthusiasm to keep protecting our creeks, Councilmember Anduri and myself are pleased to recommend the reappointment of Ron Huft and Austin Payne to continued service on our Creeks Committee.
Okay. Vice Mayor Anduri, did you have anything to add, or are there any questions from other council members?
We're very fortunate that the 2 are willing to serve. They're very enthusiastic.
Great. And Suzanne, can we go to public comment?
If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
No.
I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, do I have a motion to adopt the resolution 2022-37, appointing to the 2?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Kwok and a second by Vice Mayor Anduri. Councilmember Kendall?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, and with great gratitude and thanks, we've reappointed the 2 members of the Creeks Committee. Moving again to Vice Mayor Anduri and Councilmember Kwok for item 11D.
Okay, for the Senior Services Commission, a 7-person commission, fully, we've got all 7 commissioners, but 1 has hit the 6-year mark. So we met with her, that's Erin Partridge, and we're very fortunate that she wishes to continue to serve. I should say that Councilmember Kwok, Chair Black, and I interviewed her, and we're pleased to recommend that she be reappointed to the Senior Services Commission.
Excellent. Are there any questions or comments? Suzanne, would you invite public comment?
If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. Do not see any hands raised.
So do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay. We'll conduct a roll call vote. Councilmember Kendall?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Anduri?
Aye.
And I'm an I, and also with gratitude to Aaron Partridge and everyone for their willingness to continue to serve. So we will go back to council members' reports on activities and considerations of matters that we may want to put on a future agenda. Anyone have anything? Vice Mayor Anduri?
Anyone can tell me we don't need to do this and I'll be happy about it. But I'm still concerned about the number of dead trees that I see around town. Just coming back from, I've been away, coming back and walking around the reservoir, I'm really shocked that there's even more dead pines than there were 2 weeks ago. And, they're all over town. I'm not on any of the commission. I'm not a liaison to any of the commissions that deal with this. So I don't know what's being planned or what is one of the reasons why I asked about the city's resources to cut trees. It's just that it's clear it's an ongoing danger having all of these dead trees. And I'm wondering if it's worth agendizing just a report on what can possibly be done about the situation. What is being done, and maybe I'm just not aware of all the things that are going on through, I know Caltrans had a program. I'm not sure why East Bay Mud doesn't do the work at the reservoir. I know that the city cleared the dead trees off of our property. And are there programs that would enable residents to do it? I think the city's experience showed how expensive it can be to clear trees off of even a 1.5 acre residential property or residentially zoned property. What can we do to make it easier to to get rid of all the dead material that's out there?
Okay. So is there agreement to have it come back? It just reminded me, and we haven't done our policy update. I haven't. I need to bring that back to council as well.
And can we add clearing of dead brush as well?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So tree and vegetation management in general. Councilmember Dawson.
I was going to add, I know as part of the Emergency Prep Commission, there's a lot of discussion about Firewise in the program where it's at right now. So that might be a good combination because depending where the trees are, the properties, if it's private property or agency, at least we can maybe get a distinction between what we could do or how we could support or at least educate people as to the programs that are out there.
Okay. So in City Manager Savatsa, we can talk sort of how best to do that. Okay.
And we'll bring this back.
Okay. Councilmember Dawson.
I just want to say I had a really good time at Community Day. So thank you. That was really a wonderful celebration of people coming together, and I think it was a great experience. A lot of intergenerational people out there also. So that was a pretty fun day and productive. So thank you.
Thanks. That's where I was going to go, was thanking everybody. No, that's great because it was great. Sorry you were off having fun, Vice Mayor Anduri.
Yeah, too bad you were in France.
We missed you, but it was a great first run, and we had a few technical things, but I want to thank Suzanne for helping to get our survey and our thank yous and that. And so those were pushed out today, a little bit later than we wanted. And so we'll have some feedback, but anecdotally, it was a huge success, including, and I probably told this story to everyone else, but I'll tell it here. In the rally, I said, and you people at Sideboard come for the come for the concert and the celebration and all of that. And there were two people who came over who were there at Sideboard, came over to the table and said, are there any open slots for volunteering? And later in the day, Suzanne and I were taking pictures, and I met the new, I do know their names, but I'm not going to say it here at the meeting, but welcoming, they jumped right in. They were cleaning brush and bramble out of Lee Creekside Park and out of the creek, and were just so excited and came back for the celebration. And they just moved here 3 weeks ago from San Francisco. So the whole reason behind, right, bringing the community together. So just a big success, and really thanks to Public Works and everybody who did, Jonathan, so many people that just came together, the Lafayette Community Foundation, you know, taking the bulk of the lead, and the chamber, and just the partnership was great. So thanks, Gina, and Gina painting and did a little sanding, and Wei Tai.
I think we need to thank the mayor for leading us and coming up with this idea. And so today, whoops, I'm wearing this in your honor.
The community day. Oh, good.
Which I hope Vice Mayor Enduri will get one, because he wasn't there.
We do have, we'll have buttons.
Inaugural community day button. And as you said, it was a terrific event, and I hope we'll continue it on. So thank you, Mayor Geringer, for leading us with a great idea.
It was very fun. And any other council?
I do have an update from the Emergency Preparedness Commission, and I have sort of the great news, or they've been toiling away getting ready for wildfire season. And while there are many aspects to report on, I'll only report on one thing, and that is that we had this wildfire preparedness booklet that got dropped a couple years ago. And that's been updated. They've been busy working away to come up with this new version, which is going to be reaching everybody's mailbox in La Marinda in the weeks ahead, somewhere in late June or early July. So it'll be the latest edition of the updated information for how residents can be prepared. And the Emergency Preparedness Commission is getting together to give 2 Zoom presentations, like all hands on deck for our community in the month of July. And then again in August, where our police chief and fire will present how to get prepared for wildfire season, the things that La Marinda is doing jointly with other cities, and then just drawing attention that people should be hopefully reading this guide and taking action to get ready this fire season. So I want to appreciate all the good work that has led up behind the scenes to get this out there just in time, I think, for raising awareness strongly in July and August. So I hope that we will work with city staff and Suzanne to communicate out this guide. And I would ask all council members to help to promote the guide when it comes out. So thank you.
Perfect. No, perfect. Thank you. Councilmember Dawson.
Just a quick ask if we are getting applications for the Planning Commission and how we're doing overall with our commissions and filling positions.
Councilmember Dawson, Greg Wolf and I spoke early last week, so it's been a week, and there were no applicants to the planning.
Okay, so do we want to transition there to the city manager's update?
There were no
before Mala
filing their applications to the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
Just one quick thing. I think some of you know that one of our public art pieces was damaged over the weekend. A huge oak tree fell on Ursus the bear in the downtown and destroyed his arm and a couple of parking meters as well. We've cleaned it up, and Jenny Rosen and Erling Horn went out to look at it, and they're working with the artist to have the piece removed and repaired. Just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. And that was a very large tree. Vice Mayor Enduri.
Yeah, but just continuing with the oak tree falling theme, probably aware that there was a major problem at the community garden with an oak tree falling and
I did hear
in several of the buildings.
Yeah. So trees are important to us for any number of reasons on what's happening. I did hear a couple of other oak trees in Lafayette that went down on personal property as well. So, anything else, Naru?
No.
Well, with that, we will adjourn the meeting at exactly midnight. Okay, one of mine, 11:59. So thank you all.
Let's
very
do this
much.
in honor of National Flag Day.
Yes.
And also I suggest Clyde Long, 23 years on our appeals board,
Yes.
just a, appreciation for him. That's really wonderful. And we wish him, all goodness.
Absolutely.
Thank you all.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.